Chapter 115. For students who had just entered junior high school, 800 meters was already difficult enough, let alone 1,500 meters. That would be too tiring. Zheng Tan looked at Jiao Yuan with pity in his eyes. However, Jiao Yuan and the others had to be loyal to their friends. In order not to embarrass Xiong Xiong, the sports committee member, they decided to train tomorrow and the day after. Whoever had the best stamina would take on the toughest task. The spots for the 800-meter and 1,500-meter races had not been decided yet, so Jiao Yuan did not know which one he could run in. He made an appointment with the others to run at the sports field in Tsinghua University, which was closest to the residential area. Jiao Pa supported Jiao Yuan's decision, but he still told Jiao Yuan to do what he could. There was only 1 week left before the sports meet, so there was a limit to what they could do in 7 days. Jiao Ma had also changed her diet recently. She wanted to give Jiao Yuan more supplements. Early the next morning, Jiao Yuan got out of bed. After breakfast, he ran out to meet up with the others in the courtyard. Little Pomelo was bored at home. She did not have a lot of homework, and she had already finished half of it last night. She could finish the rest by tonight. After watching TV for a while, she told Jiao Ma that she was going out with Zheng Tan. They went to the sports field to meet Jiao Yuan and the others. Little Pomelo took the car keys and pushed the children's car out. The 2 wheels at the back had already been removed. Jiao Pa had also adjusted the seat according to Little Pomelo's height. Zheng Tan jumped into the basket, and Little Pomelo rode the car to the sports field. There were many people walking around on a Saturday. Some people who were planning to go shopping had woken up early. The weather was not cold, so there were not many people who stayed in bed. Some passers-by would cast curious glances at Little Pomelo and Zheng Tan when they saw them. They would greet their acquaintances as well. Many people took their pets for a walk in the morning, and Niu Zhuangzhuang was one of them. From afar, Zheng Tan could see the deformed body and the black eye pattern. Every time Zheng Tan saw Old Man Yan take Niu Zhuangzhuang out for a walk, he felt as if Niu Zhuangzhuang was holding Old Man Yan's leash. Niu Zhuangzhuang led the way in front with the dog leash taut. Every once in a while, it would find a place to raise its hind leg to pee. There were also people doing morning exercises at the sports field. There were many people running. After parking the car at the bicycle shed, Little Pomelo and Zheng Tan walked to the side of the sports field. Jiao Yuan and the others were easy to find. They were huddled together and seemed to be arguing about something. Litmus sat on the horizontal bar, swinging her legs and scolding them one by one. Jiao Yuan, Suan Lan Tianju and Xiong Xiong were sitting on the ground. One was holding his knees, and the other was leaning against the sports equipment. They were all panting. For people like you, 800 meters is already hard enough. Don't go for 1,500 meters. When Zheng Tan walked over, he happened to hear Litmus's words. Looking at Jiao Yuan and the others, he guessed that they had a bad start. Seeing Little Pomelo and Zheng Tan coming over, Jiao Yuan was surprised. Then he felt embarrassed, as if he had lost face as an elder brother. Compared to Jiao Yuan, Xiong Xiong was even more embarrassed. He was a sports committee member after all. Being criticized like this, he felt embarrassed. He looked at Litmus, who was sitting on the horizontal bar, and said, "Hey Litmus, it's easy for you to say. Why don't you run?" "I don't need to run this. I only need to run the 200-meter and relay. Besides, we have a big killer among the girls. We don't need to worry about anything. We just need to break the record and get extra points. What about you guys? I don't think the girls will be in first place and the boys will be in last place and drag down the team's results," Litmus said slowly. There was a famous sports athlete in their class, and she was a girl. Although Jiao Yuan and the others were not familiar with her in primary school, they had heard that she was very famous in her primary school. She often broke records and even took part in the city's competitions. Yin flourishes and Yang declines. Zheng Tan thought of this phrase. But Jiao Yuan and the others were miserable. They were despised by a girl, and it was embarrassing for them. "I don't believe that I can't achieve anything in a week." Xiong Xiong waved his fist and showed that he was determined. After pausing for a while, Xiong Xiong said, "Maybe I can also get a good figure while I'm at it." Everyone. Ahem. Xiong Xiong, I'm not trying to discourage you. Some things are innate, said Lan Tianju. It seemed that Xiong had been quite strong since he was young, and he had never lost any weight. Of course, he was not like those people who were full of fat balls. He was stronger than the average student, and he had signed up for the shot put event. Jiao Yuan took 2 deep breaths and patted the dust off his pants. He said, theoretically speaking, it depends on the red and white muscles. The others looked at Jiao Yuan and waited for him to explain. Jiao Yuan was a little proud. He had seen this by chance when he was flipping through the magazine that his father subscribed to. He cleared his throat and continued to explain. Human muscles are divided into red and white muscles. Red muscles are used for endurance, while white muscles are used for absolute strength and explosive power. Literally, one is related to endurance and can be linked to long-distance running, while the other is related to explosive power and can be linked to sprinting. However, human muscle types are innate. That is to say, the number of white and red muscles are innate. Therefore, some people are born with good endurance, and some people are born with explosive power. Therefore, when we train, we can only make these muscles more developed, but we cannot change their type. Many people do aerobic exercise to lose weight. This is because aerobic exercise uses red muscles. The characteristic of red muscles is that it is not easy to develop, and it consumes a lot of energy. That is why you can see those long-distance runners on TV. Almost none of them are fat and strong. After saying this, Jiao Yuan looked at Xiong, who was fat and strong. Xiong rolled up his sleeves and pretended to beat someone up. Jiao Yuan was not afraid of him. He continued, as for the good body that Xiong mentioned, it should be the kind that grows muscles. The so-called growing muscles is to make the muscles fat. The main purpose of muscle hypertrophy is to train white muscles. The growth of white muscles requires a lot of intensity and speed. That is why many people buy dumbbells or other equipment to train instead of doing Tai Chi or yoga slowly. Suan nodded seriously. Then he pointed at Xiong and said, so if this guy wants to have a good body, he should run long distance to get rid of the fat on his body. Then he can do exercises to grow muscles. I think so. Jiao Yuan picked up the cup and drank some water. After talking so much and running just now, his throat was a little sore. Xiong, I'll leave the 1,500 meters to you. The mighty 8-pack is waiting for you in front. Lan Tianju patted Xiong's shoulder and said. Xiong clicked his tongue and said, in front is too far. I can't see it. After running 2 laps, they were almost exhausted. Moreover, it was not even 800 meters. If it was 800 meters, they would have to run 2 more laps. Ahem. Strictly speaking, not everyone can have an 8-pack. Jiao Yuan continued to show off. The rest of the people looked over again. Jiao Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment. It was indeed beneficial to read more of his father's magazines. There's a thing called tendons. It makes the abdominal rectus abdominis look like pieces. 4 tendons are divided into 8-pack abs. 3 tendons are divided into 6-pack abs. Unfortunately, this thing called tendons is innate. It won't increase or decrease as you train. Therefore, some people have 6-pack abs, while others have 8-pack abs. This is related to genetics. Xiong was stunned. Then he lifted his shirt and revealed his fat belly. He even took a deep breath to see if he had developed those well-defined abdominal muscles. Unfortunately, he only had fat. The mighty 8-pack abs became so unattainable. Aya Xiong, you're being a hooligan. Litmus covered her eyes and shouted. Zhengtan. Regardless of whether he could develop 8-pack abs or not, he still had to run this step. Zhengtan and little Pomelo sat on the steps next to them and watched them run 2 laps. They stopped to rest for a while before they started running again. Moreover, they were all jogging. They probably couldn't run anymore. People who didn't usually run would be tired after running for a while. Maybe they couldn't feel it at the time, but it would definitely be difficult the next day. After running for half a day in the morning, Jiao Yuan and the rest prepared to rest well in the afternoon and continue as usual tomorrow. During dinner, Jiao Pa asked Jiao Yuan how he felt about running today. Jiao Yuan replied, unattainable 8-pack abs. When they heard Jiao Yuan say that they would train as usual tomorrow, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say much. Sure enough, early the next morning, Jiao Yuan turned off the alarm after it rang. Then he walked to the master bedroom in his slippers and was about to call the others. He felt pain all over his body and didn't want to move. Before Jiao Yuan could pick up the phone rang. It was Xiong Xiong. He was in the same situation as Jiao Yuan. He didn't want to run. Other than Xiong Xiong, the others were in the same situation. Since Xiong Xiong didn't want to run, they just stayed at home and rested. Jiao Yuan and the rest didn't fully warm up before running yesterday. They started running without warming up. Now they tasted the bitter fruit. Although they usually rode bikes and played basketball occasionally, they had never run like this before. The most depressed one was Xiong Xiong. If this continued, who would be able to take the long-distance running spot? On Sunday morning, everyone rested at home. In the afternoon, the kids gathered together to discuss. This time, Xiong Xiong took out a list of names from the class. It took him a lot of effort to get it. He asked Jiao Yuan and the others to help him come up with ideas. However, Jiao Yuan and the others weren't class committee members. They didn't have much contact with the other students in the class. They weren't as familiar with the other students as Xiong Xiong. As for Litmus, she was the study committee member. She knew most of the people in the class, but she was mainly familiar with the girls. She wasn't familiar with the boys, so she couldn't help. What should I do? I've already promised. If I can't do it, I'll be despised. Xiong Xiong slapped the list on his face. You're just worried that the vice class monitor will despise you. It's okay. I'm familiar with her. I'll help you. Litmus said righteously. Zheng Tan leaned on the tree and listened to their conversation. He couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Tan recalled that he didn't participate in sports events from elementary school to university. He rarely participated in group activities. Every time, he would take his friends to the arcade for the whole day. He didn't have any recollection of sports events. No, he did have some recollection. It seemed that when he was in high school, he and his friends went to the playground to see a long-legged girl. But his memory was a little blurry. Chapter 116. Since he had decided to go to Jiao Yuan's sports meet, Zheng Tan decided to scout the area first. Tsinghua University was not very far from Jiao Yuan's school, but it was not immediately accessible. Zheng Tan planned to leave from Tsinghua University's side door, which was closest to the junior high school, and then walk in that direction. After sending little Pomelo to Futong Elementary School in the morning, Zheng Tan ran all the way to the side door. The side door was narrow, and the people coming in and out were all students from Futong Elementary School. Many of them were pushing their bicycles. Zheng Tan did not want to squeeze with them, so he jumped over the wall and walked towards the junior high school. Zheng Tan had never been to Jiao Yuan's school. He only remembered the route that Jiao Ma took every time and the markings on the map. Moreover, the junior high school was not very far from here, so he should be able to find it. After exiting from the side door, Zheng Tan could clearly feel the hustle and bustle of the street. It was different from the bustling central square, but it was very lively. There were many old residents living in this area. Aunties who were buying groceries were talking about today's prices and what they had bought. Their conversation with Tsinghua City's accent could be heard everywhere. There were no tall buildings, no luxurious cars, and the road was uneven. Bicycles, electric bikes, and some popular family cars were the main elements of the street. This was the life of ordinary people, and the liveliness seeped into the mundane. If it was a school bus, it would not take this road. Therefore, Zheng Tan could not find a school bus with Tsinghua University's name on it that went to Futong High School. There were buildings on both sides of the street, and on the side Zheng Tan was walking, many of the buildings were surrounded by walls. Zheng Tan directly jumped over the wall and walked on it. He did not have to fight with the aunties who had just finished buying groceries in the morning on the sidewalk. There were many shops on the other side of the street. There were many breakfast shops, and Zheng Tan could hear the sound of fried dough sticks. The local breakfast always attracted many students and office workers to eat there. However, Tsinghua University was too big. This place was not very close to the school's main entrance, teaching area, and student dormitories. Students who lived far away and did not have time could only come here once in a while. Zheng Tan walked on the wall and looked at the people coming and going on the street. He felt a little emotional. It seemed that every time you walked out of Tsinghua University, you would see a different scenery. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard a cat meow not far in front of him. A 7-month-old kitten jumped onto the wall and blocked Zheng Tan's path. However, after the kitten looked at Zheng Tan, it walked forward. It seemed that it was on the same path as Zheng Tan. The cat came out from a building next door. It jumped directly on the wall, and did not walk on the sidewalk. Perhaps, for cats, this kind of wall was a more suitable path. Not only could it allow them to overlook the situation below, but it could also avoid humans so that they would not be kicked by people on the sidewalk. Since it was on the same route, Zheng Tan did not think too much about it. He did not know the kitten, so he did not take the initiative to greet it. After walking for a while, Zheng Tan found that the kitten in front of him paused and looked up. Looking past the kitten, Zheng Tan saw that there was another cat in front of him. It was big and it was walking in the opposite direction of Zheng Tan. Was this a narrow path? Do you want to have a fight? Zheng Tan was prepared to wait and see. After all, the wall was too narrow. It was impossible for two cats to walk side by side. In such a situation, would the two cats fight directly, or would the other cat jump down to avoid the attack? Unfortunately, neither was the case. To Zheng Tan's surprise, the cat in front of him and the big cat in front of him did not stop. They still walked at their original speed, and did not intend to fight. When they met, the kitten lowered its body and went under the leg of the cat in front of it. The big cat also cooperated and raised its paw. Soon, the kitten successfully went under, and the big cat walked towards Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at the cat in front of him. It was about the same size as him. He guessed that it was not someone who would back down. The cat came closer and closer. Zheng Tan was on guard against the cat suddenly scratching. But the cat did not seem to want to fight, nor did it show any aggression. Just when the cat was less than 10 centimeters away from Zheng Tan, it stopped. Then it shook the tip of its tail, raised its neck, raised its chin, and moved its front legs. Its eyes seemed to say, "Come on, you can go under." Zheng Tan was speechless. F***ck, this kind of method of going under one's crotch should be left to other cats. Zheng Tan thought for a while, tilted his head and looked at the wall in front of him. He estimated, and then prepared to jump. He jumped over the big cat and looked at the narrow wall approaching. Finally, he landed smoothly. Fortunately, his judgment and control were much better now. Although he fell a little to the side, he was still stable. Zheng Tan turned his head and looked at the big cat. He raised his head and walked away. The big cat shook its tail and did not look at Zheng Tan anymore. It continued to stare in front of it and walk with its head held high. When the kitten in front of Zheng Tan came to a boundary, it jumped down. It had arrived at its destination. Zheng Tan looked in the direction it was going. It was also an old residential area. The greenery inside was not bad. It probably had playmates there. Jumping from one wall to another, Zheng Tan continued to walk forward. As he walked, he looked at the buildings on both sides. He did not know which side of the street Jiao Yuan School was on, so he had to pay more attention. Also, that junior high school was not as big as Tsinghua University. He did not know how big the school gate was. If the gate was smaller, he might miss it if he did not pay attention. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zheng Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of reading. Very good, it was right in front. The first thing Zheng Tan saw was not the school gate, but the teaching block. Walking on the wall, he could hear the sound of students studying coming from the teaching block. There were teachers leading the students. Among the young voices, there were some that sounded lazy and sleepy, some that were yelling at the top of their lungs, and some that belonged to little girls. They were all filled with the emotions and vitality that belong to children of their age. Students were reading, and the sound of reading. Zheng Tan could see the students sitting in the classroom by the window on the first floor. There were a few boys sitting at the back who were not very obedient. They stuck their heads out from behind their books and lingered on a certain figure. Zheng Tan could not help but laugh. Pure and innocent youth. In comparison, the children at this time were still considered innocent. They were not like the precocious people who would be affected by the internet a few years later. Not many students dared to stare at the window in a daze. Occasionally, a student noticed the black cat on the wall outside and looked over. The next moment, he was called up by the teacher to answer a question. Zheng Tan did not stop there. He continued to walk forward. He wanted to see the school gate. Since he was here to scout, he had to familiarize himself with the area. The junior high school was a relatively ordinary one. It was definitely not as big as Tsinghua University. Even the school gate was only as big as the side gate of Tsinghua University. After looking around, Zheng Tan felt that there was nothing worth studying. He jumped off the wall and walked into the school. Of course, Zheng Tan did not dare walk down the main road of the school like that. He had no idea what the rules were, and he was not sure whether the security guards would come to chase him away. Therefore, he followed the flower beds and used the greenery as cover to walk deeper into the school. Zheng Tan did not immediately go to the school building to look for Jiao Yuan's classroom. He looked at other places such as the cafeteria, the snack bar, the parking lot, etc. Then he went to the field to look around. In less than half an hour, Zheng Tan had walked around the school. He had familiarized himself with the main buildings and the layout of the field. Finally, he came to the school building. There was only one school building, and it was quite big. When Zheng Tan was at home, he heard from Jiao Ma and Jiao Yuan that the first and second floors of the school building were for the first-year students. The third and fourth floors were for the second-year students, and the top 2 floors were for the third-year students. The teacher's office was at one end, and the toilets were at the other end. There were stairs at both ends and in the middle. This school did not differentiate between fast and slow classes, at least not for the first and second-year students. It was a different story for the graduating classes. Zheng Tan remembered that Jiao Yuan's class was the first year's class. Xiong Xiong's mother felt that even though there was no fast or slow class, the number 1 gave her a sense of superiority. Therefore, she pulled Xiong Xiong and a few others into the first year's class. Since it was the first year's class, it should be on this floor, and it should be on the first floor. Zheng Tan looked at the class numbers on each door and found the location of the first year's class. It was near the teacher's office, so it should be the focus of attention. Because there was a corridor in front, there were always people walking around. Some were teachers on patrol, and some were students who needed to pee. It was not convenient for Zheng Tan to sneak a peek. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan went to the back of the school building. He aimed at a window at the back and jumped up. The few windows at the bottom were pasted with newspapers. Probably because there were no curtains and the sun was glaring, the students inside used newspapers. However, there was still a small corner left for them to observe the scenery outside when they had nothing to do. Zheng Tan jumped onto the windowsill of the last window. He originally wanted to stand up and look in from the window above, but he saw that there was a small corner of the window below that was not pasted with newspapers. He looked in from that small corner. Sitting next to the window was a boy. He was not listening to the math teacher on the podium. At the moment, he was using an automatic pencil to fill in the 0 in the book. Then he looked for the 4, 6, 8, 9 and filled in the empty space. After he was done, he used an eraser to erase it. Zheng Tan suddenly remembered that he had done this kind of stupid thing before. Other than that, he also knew how to draw in the textbook and add a few strokes to the characters in the book. Thinking about it, it was a long time ago that he used a pen to write. Later on, he used a computer to type. A lot of the homework in university was directly printed and handed in. If he needed a pen to write, he would pay someone to do it for him. In short, Zheng Tan had forgotten the last time he held a pen. It was not known if the boy sensed that someone was watching his every move. He looked up at the teacher on the podium and frowned. Then, he turned his head and was about to look at the scenery outside from the corner that was not pasted with paper. In the end, he met someone's eyes. Chapter 117. The boy was so shocked that he almost dropped the pencil in his hand. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in class, he would have jumped out of his seat. The math teacher on the podium glanced at him. The boy quickly sat back down and pretended to scribble in his notebook. After 2 minutes, the boy glanced at the teacher on the podium. When he saw that the teacher was no longer looking at him, he carefully turned his head to look outside the window again. The corner without the newspaper was limited, so the boy could only see a furry creature outside. He carefully identified the silhouette of the shadow on the window and connected it to what he saw earlier. The boy confirmed that it was a cat squatting outside the window, a black cat. This was the first time he had seen a cat squatting outside the window since school had started. Moreover, it was looking in from the corner where there were no newspapers. What a strange cat. Zheng Tan was originally worried that the child would scream or jump up in fright and attract the attention of others. She did not expect the child to react so quickly. He was calm enough and mentally strong enough. Zheng Tan peeked inside the corner again. He looked at the boy who kept glancing at him. Then he looked toward the front of the classroom. It wasn't hard to recognize Jiao Yuan and the others. Moreover, those guys sat relatively close to each other. The seats that the homeroom teacher had arranged for them were also not bad. They were in the middle and near the front. They didn't need to eat chalk dust and could see the blackboard clearly. They could also hear the teacher clearly. Jiao Yuan, who was sitting in the classroom, would never have guessed that his cat was squatting at the window at the back of the classroom. Zheng Tan looked around for a while before he left. Before he left, he ran to the teacher's office to take a look, but there was no one in the English team. Jiao Ma was probably on the second floor. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan didn't really go to the second floor to look for Jiao Ma. He wandered around the school for a while before he left. Just as Zheng Tan left, Jiao Ma walked to an open window in the teacher's office on the second floor. She wanted to look at the scenery in the distance to relieve her visual fatigue. She had just finished grading homework, so she was a bit tired. He didn't expect to see a black figure climbing up the wall when he looked down. Jiao Ma couldn't see it clearly, because it was quite far away. Besides, there were a lot of black cats in the world, and this place was quite a distance away from Tsinghua University, so she didn't think that it was her cat. She just felt that it was a little familiar, but in the end, she shook her head and erased the suspicion in her heart. After the class, the boy sitting in the last row by the window opened the window and looked outside. He even stuck his head out to look, but he didn't see anything. He didn't see any cat. "Hey Fule, why are you opening the window? The sun is glaring." A student who was lying on the table next to him, taking the opportunity to catch up on sleep, shouted, "Oh!" Fule closed the window. After thinking for a while, he tore the empty corner of the newspaper a little bigger. If the cat came to peek at him again, at least he wouldn't only see one eye. That would be too scary. Fule, who had returned to his seat, leaned over the table and looked at the small group in front of him. Everyone in the class knew that the small group was a little special, and the teachers of all subjects took care of them. The other students in the class were envious and jealous. However, Fule felt that it was very boring. He wasn't in the mood to study anyway, and he didn't interact with those students who were specially taken care of. On the other side, Zheng Tan walked back along the wall. This time he was familiar with the road, so he walked a little faster. In fact, if he was bored every day, he could walk around here and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Not only Jiao Yuan, but little Pomelo would also be attending junior high school here in the future, and they would probably come here often in the next few years. Speaking of which, there were quite a lot of cats around here. When Zheng Tan came, he met 2 cats. When he went back, he saw 2 more cats standing on the wall with their fur standing up. They weren't the 2 from before. When the 2 cats saw Zheng Tan, one of them seemed to be startled. It lost its balance and slipped. At the same time, the other cat took the opportunity to slap it with its paw, and it fell directly from the wall. After it landed, it glanced at the wall, then ran away. As for the cat that stayed on the wall, it continued to stare at Zheng Tan with its fur standing up. Zheng Tan didn't stop, but continued to walk forward. The cat just made a few warning noises, then jumped off the wall and ran away. Zheng Tan looked at the long and intermittent cat path in front of him. He had a hunch that he would meet more cats on these walls in the future. After dinner that night, Jiao Yuan went out again. He and the others went to the sports field to train. All of them signed up for events, except for the 800-meter and 1,500-meter events, which hadn't been decided yet. Jiao Yuan signed up for the 400-meter and relay events. Especially for the relay event, they had to train their cooperation. They didn't want to throw the baton away when the time came. Zheng Tan and little Pomelo were also watching them train at the side. Sometimes there would be some university students who were training nearby who would talk to them. They would talk about the past and impart some of their experiences. "Black charcoal, let's run," little Pomelo said to Zheng Tan, putting her small cloth bag aside. Zheng Tan didn't mind. It was rare for little Pomelo to have this idea, so he decided to run with her. Affiliated primary school also had sports events, but little Pomelo had never participated in them before. Zheng Tan felt that sports events in primary schools were more perfunctory. They were mainly for entertainment, and parents liked to watch them. This year, little Pomelo didn't participate in any sports events. Oh, it seemed like she participated in the opening ceremony. She wore a silly outfit and held a garland with 2 flowers. Jiaopa even took a picture of her. Little Pomelo kept the negatives, but little Pomelo stuffed the developed picture into the innermost part of the cabinet. Affiliated primary school's sports event was held in Tsinghua University's sports field. There were many students and parents around. On the day of the sports event, little Pomelo only helped to pass water and record. She didn't participate in the running. Before running, little Pomelo did some warm-up exercises. She waited for Jiao Yuan and the others to finish their second lap, then she followed them. Zheng Tan also followed beside her. Some people saw this scene and were quite surprised. Most people ran with dogs. It was rare to see someone running with a cat. Seeing little Pomelo, Jiao Yuan and the others, who were feeling tired after the second lap, held their breath and sped up. They couldn't be left behind by a primary school girl who was a few years younger than them, right? After the run, they walked back to the courtyard. Jiao Yuan and Suan both advised Xiong to ask his classmates one by one. If he really couldn't find anyone willing to take on the 1,500-meter race, then Xiong would have to sacrifice himself. Jiao Yuan knew his limits. He could run the 400 meters, but he couldn't run the 800 meters, let alone the 1,500 meters. It was better for him to go home and sleep. The next day, after sending little Pomelo to affiliated primary school, Zheng Tan went to Jiao Yuan's school again. Today was a leisurely day. Zheng Tan walked and stopped to observe the scenery along the way. He also memorized the names of the surrounding buildings and residential areas. He also memorized the street signs and the 2 buses that were going this way. The buses were always crowded with people. Some old ladies with shopping baskets might not lose to the university students. When Zheng Tan was in the mood, he would squat near a bus stop and watch the old ladies squeeze into the bus. Squeezing on the bus was also a skill. Just now, a skinny old lady had directly squeezed that burly man to the side. That man didn't dare to say anything. He had to respect the old and love the young, right? Today, Zheng Tan didn't meet the big cat or the small cat from yesterday. On the way, there was an unfamiliar fat cat lying on the wall, squinting its eyes and sunbathing. When it saw Zheng Tan walk over, it didn't react. It didn't even bother to move its butt. Zheng Tan jumped over again. He would probably use this method more often in the future. When he came to a fork in the road, there was a small alley. Zheng Tan jumped down from the wall. When he was about to jump to the other side of the wall, his ears suddenly twitched. He looked into the alley. Although this kind of place was indeed a good place to fight, it was broad daylight. Who would be bored enough to fight at this time? Listening closely, Zheng Tan could tell from the noise that the people involved in the fight were probably underage. This place wasn't far from Jiao Yuan's school. Could it be that they were from there? Jiao Yuan's school seemed to be the only school nearby. As for the nearest high school, it was a few stops away by bus. Since he had nothing to do, Zheng Tan decided to go and take a look. Following the sound, Zheng Tan walked into the alley. The alley was relatively narrow, and there probably weren't many people here. Some of the garbage piled up had a strong sour smell. There was also the smell of urine. Bang! A school bag was thrown out from a corner not far in front of Zheng Tan, and hit the opposite wall. Other than that, the sound of a fist hitting a body and groaning was very clear. Zheng Tan slowly walked over to the corner, and poked his head out to take a look. Yo, isn't this the kid I saw yesterday? There were 3 people at the corner. They were shorter. Zheng Tan saw the guy sitting at the back of Jiao Yuan's class by the window. The other 2 looked like they were either in the 3rd year of middle school or high school. However, the strange thing was that among the 3, the short boy was the only one standing. The other 2 were lying on the ground. One of them was even beaten to tears. When Zheng Tan looked over curiously, the boy standing there also noticed Zheng Tan. After the fight, Fu Lei shook his hands. Other than some scratches on his hands and some aches on his body, he was fine. When he was about to pick up the bag, he saw the black cat standing at the corner looking over. Was it the one from yesterday? Fu Lei sniffled and tidied up his jacket. He picked up the few pens that had fallen on the ground, patted the dust off the bag, and stuffed the pens inside. In the process, he kept glancing at Zheng Tan. Carrying the bag, Fu Lei looked up at the sun and walked out of the alley. When he stood at the fork, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he came to the zebra crossing and prepared to cross the road. Zheng Tan was curious. A kid the same age as Jiao Yuan. He didn't look that strong, but how could he be so good at fighting? Also, what was this kid trying to do? The road to school wasn't that way. Was he going to the hospital? On the way, Zheng Tan didn't see any hospitals. However, he saw a few small clinics. Out of curiosity, Zheng Tan followed him across the road since he had nothing to do. Chapter 118. Zheng Tan watched as the child walked into an old residential area. He paused for a moment before following him in. Originally, Zheng Tan only wanted to take a look at the residential area. When he saw the child walk into the building, he didn't follow. Unexpectedly, not long after the child entered the building, he walked out and looked at Zheng Tan. After experiencing some things, Zheng Tan was very sensitive to the good and evil in people's eyes. However, the child standing at the staircase only looked at him expectantly without any malice. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Tan walked over. Seeing the cat following him, Fu Lei smiled and walked into the building. Then he walked up the stairs step by step. In the past, he would run up the stairs in one breath. Now he took a few steps to see if the cat was following him. Zheng Tan saw the child stop in front of a house on the 4th floor. Then he took out a key from his bag and opened the door. After entering, he waved at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan listened to the movements inside. Other than the child, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the house. He lifted his foot and walked in. It was a very ordinary house. It was simple, plain, and the furniture was relatively old. The house was about 50 square meters in total. It was smaller than a Jiao family. Zheng Tan felt a little cramped. There were 2 bedrooms in the house, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The child's room was the 2nd bedroom. It looked about the same size as little Pomelo's room. However, it was much messier than little Pomelo's room. There were a few books on the ground. When Zheng Tan walked over, he saw that one of the books had its cover open. The name on it was written Fu Lei. Every stroke was very strong and looked very resolute. However, when these strokes were put together, they looked very different. Just as Zheng Tan was observing Fu Lei's small room, Fu Lei placed a fish head in front of Zheng Tan. This should be yesterday's dish. It was just taken out of the fridge and was still cold. The soup on the fish head was frozen. Zheng Tan looked at the fish head on a piece of draft paper in front of him and turned his head to look elsewhere. Not eating. Fu Lei was very puzzled. If it was the cat from the house next door, it probably wouldn't even wait for the fish head to be placed down before it ran away. Zheng Tan walked around the small room and then jumped onto the desk that was piled with junk. The books were placed messily, but there was an exception. A small dark wooden trophy was placed there. There was no other debris around the trophy, and it was very clean. It was not covered with a layer of dust like the piggy bank next to it. It was obvious that the owner often cleaned it and valued it more. I got this when I was 10 years old. Fu Lei picked up the small trophy and said proudly. When he was happy, the child would talk a lot. Like many people that Zheng Tan had met before, people would lower their guard in front of animals. They would say whatever was on their mind and would not hide it. For children, they would be happy to share some happy and proud things, even if it was just a cat that didn't know anything. From Fu Lei's description, Zheng Tan knew that this child had indeed practiced martial arts, but he came from an unorthodox background. Fu Lei's hometown was in the countryside. When he was young, his parents were busy, so he lived with his grandparents in the countryside. There was a master in the village who knew some martial arts and opened a small martial arts school. The children in the village would go and learn from him. Fu Lei was one of them. Learning martial arts was good for the body, so the elders were happy to do so. And this wooden trophy was carved by Fu Lei's unorthodox master himself. The carving was not bad. The wood was not the best, but it was not the kind that could be casually made. Fu Lei defeated 4 other children who were about his age in an exam and won the trophy. But later, the martial arts school could not continue. The unorthodox master and a few other young people in the village went to the south to work. It was said that they were working as security guards in the south. Every month, they could earn a few thousand yuan. After that, there was no news of them and they never came back. Although there was no one to teach him, Fu Lei still practiced by himself whenever he had time. When he was in the 5th grade, he was brought to the city by his parents. He did not buy a bicycle as his parents were busy and did not have the time. In order to save money, Fu Lei ran back and forth. Just like today, when he was blackmailed by senior students, he had encountered a few times. Every time, he would fight to solve it. Sometimes he would win, but sometimes he would lose if there were more opponents. At the same time, Fu Lei left a bad impression on many people. Because of this, many of Fu Lei's elementary school classmates were not willing to come in contact with him. After entering junior high school, some people also spread the news of Fu Lei's deeds. Therefore, even though school had just started not long ago, Fu Lei's label as a bad student had already been firmly fixed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been directly thrown to the last row by the teacher and turned a blind eye to him. Too lazy to discipline him, Fu Lei felt that he was not interested in studying. He thought that when he grew up he would go to the south to work like his unorthodox master. When he first said these words, Fu Lei was beaten up by his father. The beating was so fierce that he was bedridden for a week. Every time Fu Lei mentioned that he did not want to study, his father would use his fists to settle it. Therefore, Fu Lei did not say it out loud in the end. He just muddled along like this with the mentality of muddling along. Due to the national policy, there was not much difficulty in getting into junior high school. Moreover, his household registration was in this area. His parents used some money to get him into this junior high school, hoping that he could study hard and improve every day. Fu Lei's response to this sentence was to pick his ears. Towards the end, Fu Lei's mood fell again. He felt that going to school was boring. It was better to be carefree in the small wooden dojo. Carefully putting away the wooden trophy, Fu Lei opened the drawer and took out a box of ointment. He applied the ointment on his bruised hand. Zheng Tian looked at the drawer. There were all kinds of ointment. Did Fu Lei's parents buy so many ointment for this child to fight? It was really embarrassing. After applying the ointment, Fu Lei sat on the ground and dragged his bag over. He took out a few pens and looked at them. He threw the ones with broken cases to the side and took out the refills. He could still use them later. While he was using the refills, the door lock rang. There was also the sound of a key opening the door. Fu Lei was shocked. He stuffed all the pens in his hand into his bag and said to Zheng Tian at the same time, "Hide." Zheng Tian did not know why Fu Lei said that, but he quickly hid under the bed. The next moment, the door opened. A man in his 40s walked in. When he saw Fu Lei, it was as if a dormant volcano suddenly erupted. "Fu Lei, you skipped class again." The man strode over and looked at the ointment beside him. He roared, "You got into a fight again?" Then Zheng Tian heard the sound of Fu Lei being beaten. It was probably a spanking. This father's temper was really bad. He did not even ask for the reason and started hitting. However, this also showed that Fu Lei often got into fights and even skipped class. "I spent so much money to get you into that school just for you to play truant and fight. If I had not forgotten something at home and came back to get it, I would have let you escape. Bastard." Fu Lei's father scolded as he beat him. He rushed back to get something and saw Fu Lei without even drinking water. Now that he had beaten him for a while, he was probably tired. He sat by the bed and panted, but his mouth did not stop. Of all things, studying is the best. If you don't study, are you going to work like me in the factory all day for a meager salary? Nowadays, a doorman in a 5-star restaurant has to know a few foreign languages. Can't you see the motto I wrote for you? As he spoke, Fu Lei's father pointed to a piece of calligraphy that was pasted on Fu Lei's bed. As for Fu Lei's father, although he only went to primary school, he still learned some skills from his teacher. Now he was working in a factory with that bit of skills. Fu Lei's mother also graduated from primary school, but her education wasn't high. Now she was working as a salesperson in a small supermarket nearby. The couple suffered because they didn't have any education. so they especially hoped that Fu Lei could continue to study hard. They also used the great man's words, "Study hard and improve every day," as their motto. For this reason, Fu Lei's father specially used a brush to write a piece of paper and placed it on Fu Lei's bed. When he looked at it now, he realized that the piece of paper had been altered by Fu Lei. At this moment, the words pasted on the bed were, "Cowards study hard, husbands strive to improve." Fu Lei's father was about to scold him when he paused for 2 seconds. He took off his shoe and slapped Fu Lei. Zheng Tan looked from under the bed. He could not see the whole body, only 4 legs. However, from the sound, he could tell that Fu Lei had been beaten up badly by his father. But even so, Fu Lei, this brat, still did not make a sound. Fu Lei's father was probably in a hurry. After a few slaps, he found a piece of paper and wrote a leave request. He signed his name at the back and slammed it on the table. Then he walked out. He used too much strength and the door closed with a loud bang. Zheng Tan crawled out from under the bed and looked at Fu Lei, who was frowning and rubbing his butt. Then his gaze fell on the piece of paper left by Fu Lei's father. After reading the contents, Zheng Tan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a leave request. Even the excuse was written on it. At the back was Fu Lei's father's signature. Zheng Tan did not know what to say about this father and son pair. However, Zheng Tan felt that Fu Lei's father's point of view was a bit extreme. If he knew that 10 years later, there would be a large number of university students who would bring all kinds of certificates to the job fair, selling their labor at a cheap price, and leading experts in many fields, how would he feel? However, this society was complicated. In a pyramid-shaped society, there would always be a few people at the top. Of course, Fu Lei's father's words were correct, but not completely correct. It all depended on how Fu Lei would deal with it in the future. Zheng Tan saw that after Fu Lei put away the slip of paper, he calmly packed his bag. He knew that this kind of situation was not rare. This guy was really good at taking a beating. Suddenly, Zheng Tan thought of something. If Fu Lei were to run 1,500 meters, what would happen? This guy ran here and there by himself when he was in elementary school. His physical strength was not bad. He should have good endurance. This would save Jiao Yuan and the others from having to worry about him all day long. The problem now was how to get Fu Lei to agree to run. They were in the same class. Fu Lei should know about the sports meet. No one had signed up for the long-distance race. He also knew about it. What did it mean that he had not signed up until now? Or was there another reason? Forget it. When the time comes, I'll let Jiao Yuan ask him. After staying at Fu Lei's place for a while, Zheng Tan looked at the alarm clock on the table. It was time to go home. You're leaving? Fu Lei saw the black cat running towards the door. He got up, walked over, and opened the door. Chapter 119. Fu Lei did not go to school in the morning, and his parents did not come home at noon. When he was at school, he always ate lunch in the student cafeteria. But now that he was at home, he could only think of a way to deal with it. Fu Lei rummaged through the fridge and bought 2 steamed buns from a small shop outside to eat lunch. Anyway, this kind of situation was normal for him. After eating and taking an afternoon nap, Fu Lei carried his backpack and went to school. He showed the letter of absence to the form teacher. The form teacher did not say much. It was not the first time, and it was useless to say anything. After coming out of the form teacher's office, Fu Lei sat in his seat in a daze. His desk mate only sighed. He skipped class again. Everyone was used to Fu Lei's skipping class style. Some people were envious of Fu Lei. At least Fu Lei had a letter of absence written by his parents. They did not have the ability to get such a letter of absence from their parents. Fu Lei was not in the mood to talk to the people beside him. He was in a heavy mood. In the morning, his father was in a hurry, so he was able to escape. But at night, he would not be able to go back. Looking at his father's reaction today, he would definitely be beaten up. After letting out a long sigh, Fu Lei heard the bell ring. He took out his textbook from his backpack and placed it on the table. He stared at the textbook in a daze. Halfway through the class, Fu Lei felt a shadow flash by the window. He was happy. He tilted his head and looked out from the corner. It was the black cat again. Zheng Tan, Little Pomelo, and Jiao Wei went out together. After seeing Little Pomelo enter the school, Zheng Tan went straight to the classroom. He jumped on the window and looked in. As expected, he saw Fu Lei in a daze again. Seeing Fu Lei looking in his direction, Zheng Tan looked at him and looked at the front of the classroom. Jiao Yuan and the others were very serious in class. At least from the back. Although this window was closed, the window near the front of the classroom was open. Moreover, even if all the windows here were closed, Zheng Tan could still clearly hear the teacher's lecture inside. It was language class now, and the language teacher was telling them about the things to pay attention to when writing an essay. It doesn't matter if what you write is real or not. When you write your essay, you have to pay attention to the following points. First, you can't include a single character name. Second, you can't include any traces of Qiangyao. The teacher on the podium was very engrossed in his speech, but Zheng Tan saw that many people sitting below were secretly yawning. It couldn't be helped. During the first class in the afternoon, everyone's mental state wasn't very good. After the 11th day, the lunch break was shortened. Many students didn't take a nap at noon. It would be strange if they were in good spirits now. When the bell rang for the end of class, some of the sleepy students suddenly woke up and prepared to go out for a stroll. There were also some who relaxed their tense nerves and waited for the teacher to leave the classroom and lay down on their desks to sleep. When the bell rang for the end of class, Zheng Tan jumped down from the windowsill and lay down on the wall. He wondered if he should go look for Jiao Yuan and Jiao Ma. Fu Lei saw that the black cat was no longer on the windowsill, so he opened the window and looked out. Just then, Xiong walked over. Xiong was now asking one by one, not letting go of any possibility. However, until now, no one was willing to say 800 meters or 1,500 meters. Last time, when they ran laps around the field in PE class, many of them were dead tired. They had a rough impression of the 800 meters, so now, no one was willing to run it, let alone 1,500 meters. There were many students in this class with good grades, but there weren't many who were good at sports. Xiong, as the sports committee member, was sullen. Now that class was over, he took the opportunity to ask the last row. Just like before, when the students heard 800 meters, they hesitated. When it came to 1,500 meters, they immediately shook their heads. No one was willing to do it. Hey you, did you say 1,500 meters? Xiong asked Fu Lei, who was looking out the window. Before Xiong could finish asking, Fu Lei ran out of the classroom. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. Xiong was also angry. It was the first time he was ignored in class. Fu Lei, I heard that he's good at fighting and always skips classes. He's awesome. Fu Lei said to his deskmate, with a hint of schadenfreude. Although it wasn't said publicly, many people knew that Xiong's family had a powerful background. When the head teacher talked to Xiong, his tone was very nice. He didn't sound as serious as he usually was. Xiong rolled up the list in his hand into a cylinder and knocked it on the table. He snorted and was about to leave. Before he left, he casually glanced out the window and saw a black cat lying on the wall not far away. However, Xiong didn't think too deeply about it. When he returned to his seat, he said to Jiao Yuan, I saw a black cat outside the window just now. It looks quite similar to the one in your house. Xiong said this casually, but Jiao Yuan was different. He knew his cat's ability to walk around. When he was in junior high school, he was still wondering if his cat would walk around here. More than a month had passed and he hadn't seen it. Now that he suddenly heard Xiong mention it, he quickly asked, Where did you see it? Xiong pointed to the window in the last row. Jiao Yuan didn't go to the last row. There were more people there, and there was no one sitting around the window next to the podium. He walked over and opened the window to look outside. Zheng Tan was leaning on the wall, thinking. Within 2 minutes, he saw Fu Lei running over. The wall was a little high. Fu Lei couldn't climb up or touch it. He just stood there and talked to Zheng Tan. He took out a bag of flavored peanuts and shared it with Zheng Tan. But now Zheng Tan wasn't interested in the flavored peanuts. He just leaned there and listened to Fu Lei complain that he was going to get beaten up when he went back tonight. Black charcoal. While listening to Fu Lei's complaints, Zheng Tan suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned his head and saw Jiao Yuan leaning on the window and looking over. Zheng Tan got up and turned around. He walked along the wall for a distance and faced Zhao Yuan's window. Damn, it's really him. Maybe Xiong thought that all black cats looked the same, but Zhao Yuan knew that the cat on the wall was definitely his cat when it turned its head and looked over. When he saw it walking over, he was even more certain. Zhao Yuan turned around and ran out of the classroom. He quickly came back from the other side. However, seeing Fu Lei in a daze, Zhao Yuan was still a little curious, but he didn't ask much. What he was most anxious to ask now was why his cat was here. Black Charcoal, why are you here? Does Dad know? Huh? Where's your cat tag? Where did you throw it? Zhao Yuan asked a series of questions. Fu Lei, who was eating flavored peanuts, looked at Zhao Yuan, and then at the cat on the wall. He was surprised. He didn't think that this was Zhao Yuan's cat. No wonder it looked at the front of the classroom through the window. Before Zhao Yuan could say anything, the bell rang. Don't run around. I'll come back after class. After saying that, Zhao Yuan ran back to the classroom. Fu Lei stopped eating and put half a bag of peanuts into his pocket and ran back to the classroom. Zhao Yuan sat in the classroom and looked out of the window from time to time. The teacher on the podium glared at him a few times before he stopped. Fu Lei, who was sitting in the last row, was still absent-minded. He was scribbling on his Chinese textbook. He looked out of the window and saw that the cat was still on the wall. He was confused. Didn't those people all live in Tsinghua University? Why did his cat come all the way to the university? Zheng Tan was sunbathing on the wall and taking a nap until he heard the bell again. He was used to the music in Fushao Elementary School, so the bell sounded a bit harsh. After class, Zhao Yuan ran out and wanted to take Zheng Tan to Jiao Ma, but Zheng Tan didn't move. Jiao Ma's office was on the second floor. Who would bring a cat to the teacher's office? Zhao Yuan also realized what was going on. He said a few words to Zheng Tan and asked him to watch out for a big dog in the school. The dog was owned by the guard. It was nice to students, but it was fierce to other animals. Zhao Yuan talked for another 10 minutes and didn't run back until the bell rang. Zheng Tan didn't want to stay any longer. He was bored. When Zhao Yuan ran back to the classroom, he also walked slowly to Tsinghua University. Fu Lei was sitting by the window. He didn't go out. He was looking out the window. He was envious of Zhao Yuan. His cat came to visit him in class. Zhang Zian was different. His parents were busy and couldn't even take care of him, their only son, let alone a pet. When the third class was over, Zhao Yuan looked out of the window. He didn't see his cat, so he went out again to make sure his cat wasn't there. He went to the last row and asked Fu Lei to talk to him outside. Chapter 120. After exchanging a few words with Fu Lei, Zhao Yuan felt that this person was not bad. He was not as difficult to get along with as others said. Moreover, this person even praised his own cat. Zhao Yuan was very proud of this. At the same time, he also felt that Fu Lei's character was not as bad as others said. After talking about his own cat, Zhao Yuan asked Fu Lei, "I heard that you are very good at fighting?" "No, I just have a lot of fights." Fu Lei knew his own limits. He lost a lot of fights, so he was not considered good at fighting. "Then can you run?" When Zhao Yuan asked this question, Xiong and the others came over because they saw Zhao Yuan and Fu Lei talking outside. They happened to hear this sentence and looked at Fu Lei expectantly. Fu Lei was about to say no, but seeing this situation he paused and replied, "It's okay." After saying this, Fu Lei regretted it. Why run? It was a waste of time. He might as well practice with the punching bag. After hearing Fu Lei's answer, Xiong's dissatisfaction with him disappeared. He came over and opened the name list. He put his hand on Fu Lei's shoulder and said, "Give us 800 meters, we believe in you. Here, write 800 here." Xiong had been carrying a pen with him. Recently, he had been carrying both the name list and the pen with him. For this sports meet, as a sports committee member, he was doing his best. 800 meters? Fu Lei thought about the approximate length, nodded, took the pen and wrote 800 behind his name. When Xiong saw the crooked 800, he smiled until his eyes narrowed. "By the way, write 1500 too. Fu Lei." This style of climbing up the pole was really shameless. Ahem, well, it is a bit difficult. Xiong put away the name list, But it was a big gain for today to be able to decide on another 800 meters. After school in the afternoon, Jiao Yuan and the others rode back together. On the way back, they saw Fu Lei and greeted him. However, Fu Lei did not ride his bike. Jiao Yuan and the others did not stay long. They left after a few words. Jiao Yuan told Jiao Pa about his cat as soon as he got back. Jiao Pa's reaction was very calm. His cat often went from here to the pet center, which was further away. However, Jiao Pa was very happy that he knew the place by himself. But my office is not on the first floor, and I can't let black charcoal in. We have an office there, and all the teachers in the English team are there. It would be bad if someone saw us, Jiao Ma said with some regret. It's okay. He went for a walk and came back on his own. I haven't heard of anyone catching cats. It should be fine, Jiao Pa said. After lunch, as usual, Jiao Yuan and the others went to the sports field to train. Zheng Tan and little Pomelo went to watch and jogged a few laps. Jiao Yuan and the others did not start jogging immediately. After lunch, they took a break to digest the food and do some warm-up exercises. During the break, they talked about Fu Lei. There were many rumors about Fu Lei, but they had a good impression of Fu Lei today. Jiao Yuan liked him because of his cat, and Xiong Xiong because of his 800 meters. Why don't we ask Fu Lei to come over and train with us tomorrow? Lan Tianju suggested. Do you have his phone number? We can ask him first. No, I only have a list. Xiong Xiong looked at the time on his sports watch and said, It's not even 7. It's still early. Why don't we go find him directly? A few days ago, they went home after 8. There was still more than an hour to go. School had just started, and they did not have much homework. It was not worthwhile to go back so early. Okay. Where is Fu Lei's house? Suan looked at Xiong Xiong. Xiong Xiong shrugged. Don't look at me. I don't know either. None of them knew Fu Lei's address, but seeing that Fu Lei did not ride his bike today, they felt that his house should be close. I know how to get to his house. Jiao Yuan jumped down from the parallel bars and called out to the black charcoal, who was walking slowly on the track with little Pomelo. Black charcoal, come here. Zheng Tan, who was walking leisurely with little Pomelo, heard Jiao Yuan calling out to him. He looked at little Pomelo, who had stopped walking, wagged his tail, and walked over unwillingly. These guys were so nosy. Black charcoal, do you know where Fu Lei's house is? Jiao Yuan asked Zheng Tan. If you do, lead the way. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. Was he trying to stop them? Xiong Xiong and the others did not really believe that a cat could lead the way. But after Jiao Yuan said a few words, the cat really did leave. Jiao Yuan quickly carried his bag and followed. Little Pomelo did not want to go back now, so she rode her car and followed Jiao Yuan and the others to the side door. Before leaving the side door, she parked her car in the parking lot near the side door. Hey Jiao Yuan, does your cat really know the way? Will it lead us to a female cat? Xiong Xiong looked around as he walked. It was not completely dark yet, but the street lights were on. There were more people on the street, so he was not afraid. He was just suspicious. Jiao Yuan clicked his tongue, but he wasn't so sure. Zheng Tan led the way in front. After walking for a while, Xiong Xiong, who was following behind, began to complain again. Didn't you say that Fu Lei's house is closer? Why aren't we there yet? The others just answered casually, but they were even more suspicious. Zheng Tan did not care what they were thinking. He just needed to lead the way. When they reached the entrance of the alley, Zheng Tan crossed the road and led Jiao Yuan and the others to the old residential area. Nowadays, some old people in the old residential area came out for a walk after dinner. They were surprised to see some unfamiliar children. After asking, Jiao Yuan told them why they were here. Fu Lei? Oh, that guy. He lives on the 4th floor. Let's go that way. The old man raised his hand and pointed at Fu Lei's building. He really lived here. Suan and the others looked at each other, and then looked at the cat in front of them. They were all very surprised. Jiao Yuan's cat was really good. No wonder it was the king of the eastern residential area. At this moment, Fu Lei's family had just finished dinner. Fu Lei's parents came back from work late in the afternoon, so they often had dinner late. Fu Lei's mother stood up silently and prepared to clear the table. She looked at her husband and knew that she was going to teach Fu Lei a lesson today. She hated it when people interrupted. Fu Lei ate 3 bowls of rice. Every time he was beaten, he would eat more before he was beaten. He felt that eating more would help him recover faster. Come here. Fu Lei's father pulled a long face and walked directly to Fu Lei's room. Fu Lei lowered his head and followed him slowly. Fu Lei's father dragged a chair over and sat down. He looked at Fu Lei standing in front of him and raised his hand to hit him. He scolded, "You mother****." As soon as he said those words, someone knocked on the door. Fu Lei's father didn't want others to see him scolding his son. Although he was uneducated, he knew that he shouldn't wash his dirty linen in public. He had to maintain his image. But when he was about to lose his temper, he was interrupted. Fu Lei's father's face darkened, and he sat there motionlessly. Fu Lei's mother sighed softly. She put down the dishes she was about to wash, shook the water off her hands, and walked over to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a few children who were the same age as her son, and a little girl who was even younger. Fu Lei's mother was a little surprised. She thought it was a neighbor who came to borrow something. She didn't expect this to happen. "Excuse me, is this Fu Lei's house?" Jiao Yuan asked. Yes, may I ask who you are?" Fu Lei's mother hurriedly said. She was worried that her son had caused trouble at school again. The children in front of her didn't look like those hooligans. Zheng Tan didn't care so much and directly walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw the father and son in the small room. Were they about to start a fight? It seemed that he had come just in time. Fu Lei was like his father. When he saw the few people who came in, he was a little dumbfounded. He really didn't expect Jiao Yuan and the others to come. He looked to the side and saw the black cat jumping on a stool and squatting there. It looked like it was ready to watch a show. Cough, who are these people? When Fu Lei's father saw the few children, he couldn't put on a serious face. He forced a smile and patted Fu Lei's head and asked. Like Fu Lei's mother, Fu Lei's father was also wondering if his son had hit someone again. He calculated the money. This month's salary had just been paid. If it was just a normal compensation, he could still handle it. "Hello, we are in the same class as Fu Lei. We are here to look for Fu Lei, because of the sports meet." Xiong stepped forward and said. At the same time, he opened the name list in his hand and pointed to Fu Lei's signature. Fu Lei was looking at the black cat on the stool. He was a little dazed after being slapped by his father. When he heard Xiong's words, he was even more puzzled. Why would they come looking for him because of the sports meet? But it also saved him from domestic violence. After Fu Lei's mother heard the explanation of the few children, she quickly found a few chairs for them to sit down. She took out some snacks from the cabinet and placed 2 big jelly in front of little Pomelo. This was the first time that their house had such visitors. There were even class committee members among them. Fu Lei's father thought more and also asked around. When he found out that these few people lived in Tsinghua University, the smile on his face widened, and he looked very amiable. Fu Lei, who was standing next to him, saw his father smile like this for the first time in years. He didn't even know that his father could smile like this. Fu Lei's mother was a little embarrassed. She knew that these few children came from good families. Their fathers were all highly educated people. She was afraid that these children would look down on her family. But after careful observation, she found that this wasn't the case. These few children didn't have any contempt in their eyes. Other than being a little restrained when they first came in, they were very natural after that. Zheng Tan knew the reason for this. Actually, the teachers living in Tsinghua University's eastern courtyard, especially those retired teachers, lived very poor lives. Xiong's grandparents were more simple. Although they weren't as poor as Fu Lei's family, to Xiong and the others, it was nothing. They didn't look down on them. Moreover, although these few children were sometimes a little arrogant because of their talents, they were still well educated. They knew some basic manners. Zheng Tan understood them. Then our class 800-meter run will depend on him. Xiong pointed at Fu Lei and said. Fu Lei's father waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Let him do the 81,000-meter run. This kid is only good for this." Fu Lei. Was there anyone who would criticize their own son like this? Xiong didn't pay attention to the second half of the sentence because he caught a key word in the first half. He immediately took out the name list and placed it on the table. He passed a pen to Fu Lei and said, "Your dad said that you can do even 1500. Come on, our class will depend on you." Fu Lei was a little hesitant. He really didn't want to do something that would cause him to lose out. But his father had already slapped him. "What are you standing there for? Don't you know what is the class's honor? Group, do you understand? If you have the ability, then you have to contribute more to the group." Fu Lei's father stared at Fu Lei and said. Fu Lei curled his lips. He was very disdainful of his father's old-fashioned way of thinking. But he still took the pen and signed 1500 meters on the name list. This trip was not in vain. Xiong now felt comfortable all over. He suddenly felt that life was still beautiful and tomorrow was still bright. After talking to Fu Lei's father, Xiong and the rest went to Fu Lei's room. F***ck Fu Lei, your room is even messier than mine. Xiong sighed as he looked at the messy room. At the same time, he felt that Fu Lei was indeed a kindred spirit. Why would a man need to tidy up his room so cleanly? Anyway, no one was looking. Xiong directly said it, but it didn't make people feel awkward. It was better than pretending not to care. But Fu Lei's parents who were in the living room blushed when they heard it. How embarrassing. The children all went to Fu Lei's small room. Only Zheng Tan was squatting on the stool in the living room. "Hey, why do you think these children brought a cat here?" Fu Lei's father looked at the black cat that was calmly squatting on the stool, and asked Fu Lei's mother in a low voice. "They probably brought it out for a walk." Fu Lei's mother said uncertainly. "TSK, an intellectual's cat is indeed different." Fu Lei's father was about to light a cigarette, but when he thought of the children in the room, he held back. They couldn't go out for a walk now. The couple sat in the living room, thinking about something. Bored, Fu Lei's father took out a fish head from the fridge and put it in front of Zheng Tan. "Here, eat it." Zheng Tan. They were indeed father and son. Just like before, Zheng Tan glanced at it and ignored it. He changed to another stool and continued squatting there. An intellectual's cat is indeed different. This is called food that is not given out for free, right? Fu Lei's father continued to stare at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was annoyed by his father's stare. He jumped off the stool and walked into the room. In the room, Xiong and the others were listening to Fu Lei's bragging. Xiong was especially envious of him learning martial arts when he was young. After staying there for half an hour, Jiao Yuan suggested that they leave. They would be scolded if they went back too late. "It's too late today. We have to go home. We'll come back next time if we have the chance," Jiao Yuan said. "Okay, there are still some things that we can talk about at school tomorrow." "Oh right, tomorrow afternoon after dinner, you can go to Tsinghua University's sports field with us to exercise." Xiong was still talking to Fu Lei. Zheng Tan was already squatting at the door. He was a little impatient. Looking at the sky outside, it was already dark. He didn't know how the security here was. Since it wasn't too late and there were still some pedestrians on the road, he should hurry back. He didn't want to run into those gangsters who wanted to rob him. Fu Lei was good at fighting, but these guys were not good at fighting. They even had 2 girls with them. Fu Lei's father took his jacket. "It's late now. I'll send you guys back. We don't want to run into those gangsters outside. Anyway, this place is not far from Tsinghua University." His words made Zheng Tan feel relieved. With such a strong martial artist around, the kids would definitely be fine. Fu Lei didn't want to stay at home, so he sent Jiao Yuan and the others to Tsinghua University with his father. On the way, he saw the black cat following beside them. He even asked Jiao Yuan a few questions about cats. When it came to talking about his cat, Jiao Yuan became more talkative and talked a lot. They talked and laughed and felt that time pass quickly. Soon they were standing at the side door. Little Pomelo went over to push the car out. Zheng Tan jumped into the basket. As for Jiao Yuan and the others, they followed little Pomelo's car and ran back to the east side courtyard. On the other side, Fu Lei's father was sending them to Tsinghua University's side door. He looked at the kids and the words on the side door. He patted the back of Fu Lei's head and said, "Remember to get along well with them. It's good for you." Fu Lei didn't say a word. "Did you hear that?" Fu Lei's father patted him again. I heard that patting the back of the head can easily make people stupid, Fu Lei said. You little brat. Fu Lei's father was about to slap Fu Lei's head again. He thought about it and stopped. He patted Fu Lei's shoulder instead. Many people who didn't go to university had a strong desire to go to university. Just like Fu Lei's father, when they stood at the entrance of the university, the feelings that had been buried deep in their hearts for decades seemed to break through the soil. They didn't have a chance to go to university in this lifetime, so they hoped that their children would be able to go to such a university. No matter how high his expectations were, in his heart he didn't expect Fu Lei to go to a good university, let alone Tsinghua University. In fact, as long as it was a university, he would be satisfied. The next day after school, Fu Lei and Jiao Yuan agreed to go to Tsinghua University's sports field for training after dinner. There were only 2 days left until the sports meet on Friday and Saturday. They had to hurry. After eating at home, Fu Lei wiped his mouth and took his school bag. He was ready to go out. Fu Lei's father followed him. If the training was too late at night, he would come back with his son. On the other hand, Fu Lei's father also wanted to walk around this famous university in the country. He didn't have many opportunities to go to work. Jiao Yuan and Xiong Xiong had told them the location of the sports field. The father and son were prepared to ask around if they couldn't find the place. However, they didn't expect to see Jiao Yuan's black cat squatting on a staircase when they entered the side door. After seeing Fu Lei and his son, Zheng Tan came down from the staircase and stretched. He brought the two of them to the sports field. He specially came to pick them up. There were many roads in Tsinghua University, and there were several sports fields. Even some students from Tsinghua University might not be able to tell which was which. Therefore, Zheng Tan came here early to wait for them. He didn't want the two of them to walk around randomly and waste time. Your classmate's cat is very good, Fu Lei's father said to Fu Lei as he looked at the cat leading the way. Chapter 121. When Zheng Tan brought Fu Lei and his son over, Jiao Yuan and the others were warming up. Some people who played soccer or jogged around were already familiar with these kids. Some even came over to greet them and talk about the past again. After bringing them over, Zheng Tan jumped onto the steps and lay down beside little Pomelo, ready to watch them train. In addition to the long-distance running, Jiao Yuan and the others also wanted to see how well the sprints worked. The finale of the sports meet, the 4x100-meter relay, was an important event. In addition to cooperation, they also needed to determine the first, second, and third runners, as well as the last sprinter. Xiong Xiong called Fu Lei over to discuss. Fu Lei's father was next to them, sitting at the bottom of the steps. He looked at the kids and sometimes looked at the scenery around the sports field. Zheng Tan looked at him and guessed that he was thinking about something again. Jiao Yuan and the others ran 2 laps with Fu Lei and then stopped. Fu Lei then started his 3rd lap. It seemed that he could still run a few more laps. Fu Lei's father was next to them, looking at Fu Lei on the track with a smile. Even though he usually beat up Fu Lei, he was quite proud of his son. At least his son had some merits, right? Fu Lei ran 4 laps before he stopped. Although he looked very tired, Zheng Tan felt that he could still continue. It was just his first time running today, so he needed to conserve some energy. Seeing Fu Lei slowly walking over, Xiong Xiong and the others surrounded him and handed him water and towels. Fu Lei's father, who was sitting next to them, was laughing so hard that his eyes disappeared. On Thursday night, they had another training session, focusing on the relay. Some kids from nearby came over. Jiao Yuan, Lan Tianju, and Fu Lei made up a 4-person relay. The fastest runner was still Fu Lei. Xiong Xiong let Fu Lei be the last runner. As for Xiong Xiong, he could not run by himself. He was only strong, so he could throw the shot put. On Friday morning, after Jiao Yuan and Jiao Ma left, little Pomelo reluctantly went to school. Today there was an 800 yuan and 1,500 yuan competition. It was a pity that she could not watch it. Zheng Tan watched little Pomelo enter the school, and then rushed to Jiao Yuan's school. This time, he did not take a stroll on the fence. Instead, he was jogging. There was a big tabby cat lying on the fence. It must have just come out to look for food. It was squatting there with its head down, licking its paws and wiping its face. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and it looked at the other side of the wall in shock. Just as it looked over, a black shadow jumped over its head. Its gaze followed the jumping figure. It raised its head, turned its head, and then looked back at the black shadow that had landed on the wall, and continued to run away. After a few seconds, the cat remembered that it had not finished licking its paws, and turned its head to continue licking. When he was almost at Jiao Yuan's school, Zheng Tan sped up. In front of him, there was a big cat that had just jumped on the fence. It was yawning. Zheng Tan did not slow down. He rushed over and jumped again. The yawning big cat was about to stretch when it was scared by Zheng Tan's action. It slipped and almost fell off the fence. After it climbed back up the fence, it looked at the black shadow that was running away. It raised its hind legs and scratched its ears. It shook its head and looked at the passing crowd to amuse itself. The people on the street were in a hurry. No one paid attention to the black cat running on the fence. Maybe they were used to seeing cats on the fence. It did not matter if it was a white cat or a black cat. There was nothing to be concerned about. In this area, people and cats always maintained their own pace of life, and did not interfere with each other. When Zheng Tan arrived at the field of Jiao Yuan School, the opening ceremony was in progress. He looked around and saw many square formations in school uniforms on the field. After looking around, Zheng Tan did not find any tall trees or a suitable place to watch the sports meet. Finally, Zheng Tan's gaze fell on the wall behind the commander's desk. A huge poster was pasted on the wall, and a banner hung at the top of it. Zheng Tan walked over from the stairs and looked at the wall from the side. Although the wall was not very thick, it was wide enough for him to squat there and watch the situation on the field. At this time, the leader on the commander's desk was talking. The so-called simple explanation had been going on for 20 minutes. Many students in the square formation below were impatient. They whispered to each other and were glared at by the head teacher. After a while, they began to whisper again. Zheng Tan could feel their resentment even though he was far away. But soon, some students noticed the black cat approaching the commander's desk. They stopped whispering and stared at the black cat. It was much more interesting than listening to the leader's speech. Jiao Yuan was originally chatting with Suan, who was standing next to him, using a secret signal that only they knew. Suddenly, Fu Lei, who was standing behind him, poked him and pointed his chin forward. "Look at the commander's desk." Hearing Fu Lei's words, Jiao Yuan was still wondering what was going on. When he looked over, he saw his cat standing on the top step and striding towards the commander's desk with its head held high. Suan and the others also saw this scene. There were many black cats in the city, but when they saw the cat, they were sure that it was Jiao Yuan's cat. Other than his cat, no other cat would be so bold as to calmly run towards the commander's desk in front of so many people. Jiao Yuan's eyes twitched. He had heard about the military training from Jiao Wei. His cat must have found a good place to observe. He just didn't know if it would cause any awkward effects. Zheng Tan didn't care what others thought. After arriving at the commander's desk, it jumped directly onto the wall. The banner hanging on the wall was slightly higher than the top of the wall. Zheng Tan squatted behind it. The people outside could only see a black cat's head. The leader standing on the commander's desk didn't notice at all. He was still talking. On the sports field, friendship comes first, competition comes second, Zheng Tan yawned. Who would believe such nonsense? Without friendship, competition came first. What friendship did people who didn't know each other talk about friendship? Many people said that yawning was contagious. Therefore, the students who had been overly excited yesterday and were feeling sleepy after listening to the boring speech of the station leader, suddenly felt even more sleepy after seeing Zheng Tan yawn twice in a row. Zheng Tan tugged at the red banner in front of her out of boredom. She looked at the bald head of the leader who was speaking. Was this because he was tired? When the leader finally finished his speech and announced the start of the sports meet, the group of people let out a sigh of relief. The leader was still sitting there. There was a row of people sitting on the commander's desk. They were the judges for the first event. Zheng Tan didn't expect the first event to be broadcast gymnastics. Only the first-year students had this event. The second and third-year students didn't have it. There were more than 10 classes in the first year. They weren't arranged according to class number. It was completely based on drawing lots. It was fairer this way. No one complained about when to appear. It was all based on luck. Jiao Yuan's class was in 4th place. It wasn't bad. The 2nd and 3rd years had already left. Some of them were watching from the side. The athletes were doing some warm-ups. At the same time, they were watching the 1st years do the silly things they had experienced in the past. Many people felt that when they were doing the broadcast gymnastics seriously, they looked especially silly. Zheng Tan leaned against the background wall and peeked his head out to look down. Many people tried their best to do every movement well under the eyes of the school leaders. Moreover, it was a competition. However, if they overdid it, they would appear a little stiff. Coupled with their serious and childish faces, Zheng Tan really wanted to laugh. However, Zheng Tan wanted to see the performance of Jiao Yuan's class. When the 3rd class came over, the 4th class was preparing and waiting at the side. Xiong was standing in front of the group. From what Zheng Tan saw just now, the ones standing in front of the group were the leaders. They didn't have to be the sports committee members. Moreover, the leaders in front of them were all beautiful girls. Suddenly there was a beast in this class. When it was finally Jiao Yuan's class, Zheng Tan felt that Jiao Yuan and the others were already a little stiff. Just as Zheng Tan thought, Jiao Yuan felt uncomfortable when he saw his cat watching him. Why did he feel like his cat was waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Jiao Yuan finally understood how Jiao Wei felt during the freshman military training at Tsinghua University. In fact, Jiao Yuan should be glad that there was only Zheng Tan this time. No other cats came. The music started. Xiong, the fat and strong guy, was wearing a school uniform and white gloves. He stood in front of the group and led the exercises seriously. Although it looked a little weird, and people who didn't know better would definitely think that this was a mistake on the head teacher's part, this just happened to be the smart part of their head teacher. Actually, letting Xiong lead the drill also had the effect of showing his face. Many people sitting on the command platform knew Xiong. Before school started, Xiong's mother had already met these leaders and teachers. The leader sitting in the center looked at Xiong with a smile on his face. He looked very friendly. The leader of the class who just walked over didn't have this kind of treatment. Unfortunately, Xiong didn't pay attention to the school leader at all. It was rare for him to have a straight face. Zheng Tan still wanted to laugh. Each class only had about 5 minutes. After an hour, they finished. Jiao Yuan's class was in 1st place, slightly ahead of the 2nd place. The teacher of the 1st class had a smile on his face. Zheng Tan felt that the smile had a deeper meaning. Sure enough, the head teacher was not a simple character. After the broadcast exercise, the official competition began. The first morning was the 100 m and 1,500 meter sprint. Jiao Yuan wasn't competing. Xiong hoped that Fu Lei could run the 100 meter sprint. Unfortunately, each person could only sign up for 2 events, so he had to give up on the 100 meter sprint. Fortunately, the person who signed up for the 100 meter sprint was good. Even if he wasn't outstanding, the head teacher wanted him to try his best to be in the top 8. Because only the top 8 would be counted. The points for the 1st to 8th place were 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 respectively. The last event was the relay event, and double points were counted. There were preliminaries for the 100 meter sprint, but the 1,500 meter sprint was decided directly. Fu Lei had a number tag hanging behind his back. He was warming up. After the heats of the 100 meter sprint, his 1,500 meter sprint would begin. There were only a few people around Fu Lei, including Jiao Yuan. The others were either watching the heats of the 100 meter sprint, sitting in their own class area, writing encouraging notes, or reading books. The leaders on the podium had already left. Sitting there were people from the school radio station, as well as some students who wanted to cheer for their class athletes through the microphone. A few students wanted to poke Zheng Tan, but the wall was too high for them to reach. They could only throw paper balls. When Zheng Tan was bored, he played a paper ball game with a few girls. When Jiao Ma went to Jiao Yuan with a bag of water, she pointed at the cat playing with a few girls on the podium and said, "Jiao Yuan, why is our black charcoal there?" Chapter 122. After the 100 m heats, it was time for the 1,500 meter sprint. Everyone in Grade 1 Class 1 knew that the only person in their class who ran the 1,500 meter sprint was Fu Lei, the bad student who was rumored to be very good at fighting and always skipping classes. In fact, many people were not very enthusiastic about cheering for Qin Guan. It was just that there was only the 1,500-meter sprint in the morning, and the 100-meter sprint final after that. Some people who had just finished watching the 100-meter sprint heats were sitting by the side leisurely eating melon seeds. They were talking about what they had seen and gossiping about which class had indeed gotten first place. Only Jiao Yuan, Xiong and a few others accompanied Fu Lei to the 1,500-meter sprint starting point. Fu Lei himself did not care if other people came to cheer for him or not. After all, they were all unimportant people. Zheng Tan was lying on his side against the background wall. His head was casually resting on the edge of the wall. He was looking at the world that had rotated 90 degrees. Occasionally, his ears would twitch because of the wind that blew past. The 1,500-meter sprint had just begun. Fu Lei and the other classes were closer together. More than 10 people were running in a line around the track. Fu Lei was in the middle and at the back. But Zheng Tan could tell from his expression that he was not nervous at all. During the first lap, there were not many people cheering for Qin Guan. Only a few shouts could be heard once in a while. But slowly, during the second and third laps, the gap between the 10 people was getting bigger and bigger. Some people in the class were getting anxious. During the third lap, some people automatically quit. But the others, even if they were at the back, were running very slowly and still persisting. Fu Lei was in 5th place. The first 5 people were closer together. Some people in Class 1 were excited. Even if they were in 5th place, the class would get an extra 4 points. During the 4th lap, the cheers got louder. The school track was more than 300 meters. The 1,500-meter sprint took more than 4 laps. Many people liked to speed up during the last lap. The first 2 people had already started to speed up. The people behind were not willing to fall behind, except for Fu Lei. Seeing that Fu Lei was about to be overtaken by the 6th person, the students of Class 1 were anxious. The students who were eating melon seeds couldn't sit still. They squeezed to the side of the track and shouted encouragement with the rest of the class. Zheng Tan looked at Jiao Yuan and the others. They looked more anxious than anyone else. Their faces were red, but they did not make a sound. It was only when Fu Lei started to speed up that the few of them who had been holding back for a long time began to shout. They wished they could take his place. The finish line had been pulled up. Fu Lei's speed was getting faster and faster. The 4th and 3rd place also felt the pressure, but their legs were not listening to them. They were almost at their limit. Starting from Jiao Yuan's side, Class 1 students started cheering for Fu Lei. Litmus ran directly to the commander's desk and snatched the microphone from the announcer's hand. She cheered along with Jiao Yuan's rhythm. The announcer sitting there glared at her, but she ignored it. There were also some 2nd and 3rd graders who wanted to join in the fun shouting. After shouting a few times, they asked the 1st graders next to them, "Who is Fu Lei?" The bespectacled student from an unknown class adjusted his glasses and said, "Based on their shouting, it's either the first 2 or the person behind who is rushing forward like he's on steroids." For the first time, Fu Lei felt a strong sense of existence. He heard those people shouting, "Fu Lei, go!" This seemed to be the first time Fu Lei's name had been shouted by so many people in such a big occasion. They no longer looked at him with alienation and disdain. They no longer looked at him as if he was a weak student. At this moment, he was the hope of the entire class. What was a collective sense of honor? In the past, Fu Lei had always been disdainful of it. But now he seemed to understand. There was no need to deliberately do anything or express anything. When something happened, when the situation matured, this kind of feeling naturally and uncontrollably arose. What was originally a symbolic thing became a real thing. All of his emotions found a strong point of support. It ignited the long-lost passion for fighting for first place. It was as if he had returned to that small village and fought for a wooden carving trophy. But this time, it was even more intense. Zheng Tan watched as Fu Lei increased his speed and quickly closed in on the 2nd place. He then overtook and continued to close in on the person in the front. This kid really hid his strength well. Zheng Tan heard from Jiao Yuan that among the 1st graders in the 1,500-meter sprint, there were 2 who had joined the school's sports department. They should be the two who were running at the front. The cheers of Class 1 grew louder and louder. They couldn't control their own emotions. Some of the other people who were wandering around were also pulled over by the shouts and joined the army of cheers. Just now, an announcer on the command deck wanted to snatch the microphone from Litmus's hand. Litmus leaned to the side and avoided that person's hand. She continued to hold the microphone and shouted. Some of the people from other classes around the field didn't know and thought that the school radio station was biased. In fact, the announcer sitting there also had a belly full of bitterness. Seeing the contestant from Class 1 start to rush for first place, they didn't try to snatch the microphone anymore. At this time it was impossible to snatch it. This little girl was too strong. Zheng Tan glanced at the situation on the platform and felt happy in his heart. Then he turned his attention back to Fu Lei, who was sprinting in the last 50 meters. The student who had maintained first place until now was worthy of being called a sports student. His sprinting speed didn't seem like it was for the 1,500-meter sprint at all. However, Fu Lei was a dark horse. In the end, he took the lead by 2 steps and won first place. Although he didn't break the record, getting first place was already a big surprise for Class 1. They cheered for a long time. The event that they didn't have much hope for had become the most unexpected surprise. Zheng Tan looked at Fu Lei, who was being supported by Jiao Yuan and the other students of Class 1 as they left the track. He slowly swayed his tail. What was this called? A good start? The first drop of blood? This was the first official first place until now. The 1,500-meter sprint preliminaries were settled. For the first time, Class 1's head teacher looked at Fu Lei with a peaceful gaze and even a smile. This made Fu Lei have goosebumps. He felt that the serious head teacher was more normal. After the 1,500-meter sprint, the final of the 100-meter sprint also began. Those who got a good ranking were like heroes who returned in triumph, enjoying the crowd's applause and support. Those who didn't get into the top 8 silently squeezed into the mixed crowd and left the field in low spirits. After watching the competition in the morning, Zheng Tan got up and prepared to go back. He still had to go back to Tsinghua University at noon to accompany little Pomelo. He would come back in the afternoon. Poor Fu Lei, there were still 800 meters left in the afternoon. It would be tough for him. Other than Fu Lei's race, there were also Xiong Xiong's shot put, Lan Tianju's long jump, etc. There were many events in the afternoon, but Zheng Tan was only interested in Xiong Xiong's and the others. After watching her cat jump onto the wall and leave, Jiao Ma came back to take Jiao Yuan and the others to the staff cafeteria for lunch. She also took Fu Lei with her. When Zheng Tan came in the afternoon, the competition had already started. It was the same place. Zheng Tan jumped onto the background wall, stretched, and lay there, overlooking the entire field. There was no need to worry about people blocking his view. He could even see some of the long jump athletes. Xiong Xiong was second in the shot put, just a little bit behind the first place. He was very depressed because of this. For half a day, except when he was cheering for Jiao Yuan and the others, he kept a straight face. Suan and Lan Tianju also participated in the high jump and long jump. Although they weren't in the top 3, Zheng Tan heard from the announcer that one of them was 4th in the high jump, and the other was 5th in the long jump. As for Fu Lei's 800-meter sprint, many students came to talk to him before Fu Lei ran the 800-meter sprint in the afternoon. They told him to do his best and not to be too stressed. After all, the 1,500-meter sprint in the morning was already tough enough. And he still had to run the 800-meter sprint in the afternoon. The 800-meter sprint was much shorter than the 1,500-meter sprint. Maybe because he was too tired in the morning competition, he only got 3rd place. But the 3rd place was enough to make the students of Class 1 happy. At least they could get a lot of points. Now Class 1's total score was in 1st place. After watching the sports meet for a while, Zheng Tan got up and left. He didn't wait for Jiao Yuan and Jiao Ma. Jiao Yuan and the other boys would stay at school for a while. In the evening, Jiao Yuan went home and briefly told little Pomelo about today's competition. Then he went to bed early. He still had to run the 400-meter sprint and the relay tomorrow. The whole family went out for the next day's competition. Jiao Pa and little Pomelo also came to Jiao Yuan's school to watch the competition. Today was Saturday, so they had a rest. After arriving at the sports field, Zheng Tan didn't go to the commander's desk this time. Instead, he followed Jiao Pa and the others to watch the competition on a platform. Xiong Xiong's parents also came, along with a few other parents in the family courtyard. They all stood together and watched the competition. Sometimes, they would chat with other parents they knew. In the morning, Jiao Yuan got second place in the heats of the 400-meter sprint. He was qualified to participate in the final in the afternoon. At noon, a large group of people didn't go to the teacher's cafeteria. Xiong Xiong's mother treated them to a relatively high-end restaurant outside. There weren't any high-end hotels nearby, so they had to make do with it. Fu Lei's parents didn't come, but they brought them with them. During lunch, the kids got together to discuss the relay in the afternoon and change their original strategy. Before they left, they looked at the positions of the runners of the 4x100-meter relay and estimated the distance of the fourth leg. They weren't sure if it was a mistake by the school, but the second leg was longer. They should let the fastest runner close the gap to save time. Therefore, Fu Lei, who was supposed to be the last runner, became the second runner. Jiao Yuan, who was the second fastest, was in charge of sprinting. In the afternoon, Jiao Yuan got third place in the 400-meter sprint final. He was very satisfied with this result. He got second place in the heats and fifth place in the overall competition. He didn't expect to get better in the final. When the other events were about to end, it meant that the last and most important event was about to begin. Now the boys' team of Class 1 was in second place, while the girls' team was in first place. They were several points ahead of the second place team. If nothing unexpected happened, the girls' team would also get a good result. In the end, the girls' team would be in first place. Therefore, the students of Class 1 all hoped that the boys' team could get a good result. That way, Class 1 would get 2 first places. How cool would that be? Just thinking about it made them excited. Even the stingy homeroom teacher said that if the boys' team came in first, he would pay 300 yuan to buy basketball and other sports equipment for them. Zheng Tan stood on Jiao Pa's shoulder and looked at the runners on the track. Just as Jiao Yuan and the others had said, Fu Lei was also very good at sprinting. When he was the second runner, he was already ahead of the rest of the runners. Some of the other classes dropped their runners midway, and some made mistakes. No matter what, they were all trying their best. At this time, the sun had begun to cool down, but the track was white-hot. A gust of wind blew. Zheng Tan squinted as he looked at the track in the sunlight. These 2 days might not be a big deal to others. They were just 2 days of ordinary sports for junior high school students. However, Zheng Tan had a different feeling from the bottom of his heart. In these 2 days, there were no bad students or good students on this track. The 2 people who had quarreled over a pen the day before yesterday had carried each other to the infirmary without hesitation. The 2 people who had always been clear about boundaries were now cheering for each other at the top of their lungs. Zheng Tan thought back to his experience at this age. His memory was very faint and blurry. He did not seem to have any special impressions. There was also a sports meet back then. However, Zheng Tan seemed to have jumped over the school wall with a few bad friends and went to the arcade. At that time, Zheng Tan thought that it was just a sports meet. There was nothing to participate in, and there was nothing to see. There was a sports meet every year, and there was nothing to pay attention to. What was the point of fighting like an idiot, crying, laughing, and making a fuss over a worthless ranking? When he went to high school and university, who would remember these little junior high school sports meet? However, after these 2 days, Zheng Tan felt that some of the things that he thought were boring back then were no longer boring. Zheng Tan saw Fu Lei wiping his tears when Jiao Yuan and the others helped him back to the rest area after the long run. He also saw Xiong Xiong almost hitting the referee when he threw the shot put for the first time. There was also a long jumper whose pants slipped when he jumped into the sandpit. How much did he miss in the past? Zheng Tan looked at his hairy paws and then looked at Jiao Yuan, who had already started sprinting. The students of Class 1 were ready to welcome the joy of the double championship. If he could do it all over again, Zheng Tan could only be a bystander, watching the figures running, jumping, shouting and sweating under the sun. Zheng Tan suddenly envied Jiao Yuan and the others. In this era, the children of this age were not so introverted. They did not think too far ahead. With pure and immature emotions, they only fought for the moment. They only persisted for the moment. They walked through the turning point from elementary school to high school, showing their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Perhaps in the future, the fiercer and crueler competition and the reality of survival would make them become Philistine, and they would learn to wear masks for a long time. However, when they occasionally calmed down, or when they got off work, they would carry their bags and drag their tired bodies. When they passed by an elementary school or high school, they would look at the lively and immature figures and remember the pure, hard days of the past. A person's life was decades long, and their memories were limited. Too much time would be lost in their memories. However, the shining moments that had always existed, regardless of whether they were bright or dark, could be taken out and looked at in their free time. Every single one of them would make them reminisce for a long time. Zheng Tan's forehead was patted. He came back to his senses and saw Jiao Pa looking at him. Black charcoal. Get ready to go home. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Tan stretched his back and squinted his eyes as he yawned. Chapter 123. The joy of Jiao Yuan's class winning the sports meets double championship continued. The few children prepared to celebrate. They did not go to any big hotel, but to Jiao Wei's family's restaurant. Xiong missed the fried rice meat there. Jiao Yuan, Litmus, Fu Lei, and a few other kids agreed to go to Jiao Wei's restaurant together later. The parents didn't want to restrict them, so those who had something to do had already left. Jiao Pa said that he would bring the kids there later, so there was no need for all the adults to come along. Before leaving school, Xiong went to the bathroom. Eating, drinking, and going to the toilet was a big thing. Jiao Yuan and the others, who were carrying their backpacks, walked slowly to the school gate and waited for Xiong outside. Zheng Tan squatted on the wall of the school gate, watching the students walk out in twos and threes. Some of them were still talking about what had happened today, and some of them looked depressed. Jiao Yuan and the others were talking about how to spend the hundreds of yuan that they had won. The money was included in the class fee, so they couldn't afford to pay for a meal. Therefore, even if they wanted to buy something, they could only buy some basketball or football. Buy some badminton rackets, but they don't have to be the best. Just make do with them, Litmus interrupted. Girls didn't play basketball or football. At most, they played volleyball and badminton. A few teachers walked out of the door and greeted Jiao Ma. They probably knew Jiao Pa, and were about to leave after a few words. However, when they saw Zheng Tan squatting on the wall, they pointed at him and asked Jiao Ma, "Is this your cat?" "Yes, he came to watch the sports meet with us," Jiao Ma said. "Oh, that's good. Haha." After that, the teacher left with the others. However, Jiao Pa felt that the haha in the teacher's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Confused, Jiao Pa asked Jiao Ma. Jiao Ma told him some things that happened during the opening ceremony. Jiao Pa was silent. No wonder those people said haha. Whose cat could jump onto the wall of the stage and watch the sports meet in front of so many people? While they were talking, Xiong ran out. Jiao Pa gave him his school bag and 2 bottles of drinks left by Xiong's mother. "Let's go, kids," Jiao Pa said to them, and they all went to Jiao Wei's restaurant together. Those who had bicycles rode them. Those who didn't have bicycles, like Fu Lei, let other people carry them. Jiao Ma rode with them. Jiao Pa didn't drive today. There were many people and cars in the area, so it was very crowded. There was no parking space, so he rode an electric scooter. Jiao Pa rode the electric scooter, and little Pomelo sat behind him. As for Zheng Tan, he continued to squat in the basket of the electric scooter. He adjusted himself to a more comfortable position, put his chin on the edge of the basket, and looked at the scenery passing by. "Hey Jiao Yuan, your cat is so obedient. I have a cat at home too. When I put it in the basket, it's like confinement. It won't stay in the basket for even a moment. Even if it stays in the basket for a while, it will jump out when the cart starts moving. So every time I take it for injections, it's in a cage. By the way, what brand of cat food does your cat eat? It looks very strong," one of Jiao Yuan's classmates said. He was also one of the people who had participated in the relay race. "My cat is a bit special. It doesn't eat cat food. It eats the same food as us. It doesn't eat the food that we don't eat, either." Jiao Yuan paused, then continued. It doesn't eat food given by strangers either. However, Jiao Yuan was obviously not sure about the latter part of his sentence. He had never seen his cat eat food given by strangers. Fu Lei had a deep understanding of this. It didn't eat the fish I gave it last time. Does your cat like to catch mice? That classmate continued to ask. Of course. They chatted along the way from whose cat is the best, to how to not get splashed by the water when taking a dump, which was a topic that spanned a wide range of topics. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Soon, they arrived at Jiao Wei's restaurant. Jiao Pa's phone had run out of battery, so he used Jiao Ma's phone to call the restaurant. Jiao Wei's father waved his hand and said, "Okay, let them all come in." When they arrived, they found out that Jiao Wei's father had hung a closed sign in front of the restaurant to entertain the kids. Jiao Wei had already told his parents about the sanitary fee. He just ignored the special factor of Zheng Tan and attributed the main reason to Jiao Pa and Celestine. His parents were very grateful and had been thinking about how to thank him. After receiving the phone call today, they decided to close the restaurant and entertain the kids. "Where's Wei Wei?" Jiao Pa looked around and asked. Jiao Wei's mother had just finished washing the vegetables. She wiped her hands on her apron and said, "He joined some club. I don't know what he's been busy with recently. I heard that he stayed up late last night and only went to bed after 10 this morning. I think he's still in the dormitory now. He said that he'll come over later. He should be up now." Zheng Tan was lying on a chair in the restaurant. Litmus, little Pomelo, and Jiao Ma were playing cards next to him. Jiao Yuan and the other kids were either standing or leaning against their bicycles, chatting happily outside. Even Fu Lei, who usually didn't talk much, was gradually getting into the conversation. Zheng Tan pricked up his ears and listened. Soon he lost interest. The kids' conversation was boring. He would rather watch little Pomelo and the others play cards. Jiao Pa chatted with Jiao Wei's parents for a while. Then he came to the table and said to Jiao Ma, "I think we'll have to wait for another 10 minutes. I'll go back to get the charger first. My phone is out of battery. I have to send the kids back tonight. I'm afraid that UNZ won't be able to contact me again if something urgent happens." Jiao Ma looked at the cards in her hand and nodded, indicating that she understood. Zheng Tan thought for a while and jumped off the chair. He followed Jiao Pa out. It was boring to sit here, so it was better to go out for a walk. Jiao Pa rode the electric scooter and led Zheng Tan into the eastern courtyard. Zheng Tan heard that cheap voice. There was a person standing under a tree not far from the building. Zheng Tan knew this person. Not long after he was kidnapped, Jiao Ma took him to the affiliated hospital community. This person lived there. He seemed to be called Bai Yang or something. He was also the talent that Jiao Pa and Yuan Ziyi wanted to poach. Later, they succeeded in hiring him with a high salary. Zheng Tan didn't know the details. He hadn't seen this person for a long time. Bai Yang was very depressed today. It was Saturday, and he went to the company to deal with some things in the morning. He brought 2 documents back, and also went to Tsinghua University's family courtyard to discuss with Associate Professor Jiao. When he arrived, he realized that he didn't bring his phone. He guessed that he had left it in the company office. He remembered Associate Professor Jiao's phone number, but he couldn't get through to the guard. The guard said that many people in the courtyard were watching the junior high school sports competition today. Bai Yang looked at the time. Anyway, it wasn't long before lunchtime, so he just stood there and waited. Ever since he helped his girlfriend raise a cat, Bai Yang had become much closer to cats. Sometimes, he would stop and play with cats when he saw them on the road. Maybe it was easier for cat owners to get close to cats than other people. Bai Yang had played with cats a few times and it felt good. Today, when he walked into the eastern courtyard and stood under the tree, he saw a cat walk out from the flower bed. It didn't look like the cats that were often seen in the eastern courtyard. Bai Yang pulled a piece of grass to tease it, but when the cat approached, it suddenly raised its head. Then, as if it had seen something horrible, it turned around and ran away. Bai Yang heard the movement and turned his head to look at the tree. A blue parrot stood there, looking at him with its yellow eyes. Although the cat was gone, Bai Yang was very curious to see such a rare parrot. He looked around and didn't see anyone, so he didn't know where its owner was. Many parrots could say hello or goodbye, and so on. Bai Yang was interested and said, "Hello" to the parrot in the tree. The parrot in the tree tilted its head and looked at Bai Yang. 2 seconds later it said, "Hello." Bai Yang was interested. He had seen people talking to birds in the flower and bird market before, and it was really interesting. "Hello," Bai Yang said again. "Hello," the bird in the tree said again. "What's your name?" Bai Yang asked. In fact, he just asked casually. He didn't expect the parrot to understand or answer him. However, to his surprise, the bird in the tree really replied. "What's your name?" The same question came from the mouth of the blue parrot in the tree. Bai Yang was stunned, and then smiled. This was a parrot repeating the same words. "My name is Bai Yang," Bai Yang replied. Then he waited with interest for the parrot to answer the same question. Unfortunately, Bai Yang was destined to be wrong this time. The blue parrot in the tree tilted its head, and then shook its wings. If Zheng Tan was here, he would know what this stupid bird wanted to do at this time. The next moment, a small white poplar growing beside the outpost, deep roots, strong trunk, guarding the northern border, Bai Yang. What's going on? At first, Bai Yang thought it was a novelty. After all, he had not seen many birds that could sing. Moreover, this bird's singing was quite standard. Its words and tone were very outstanding. However, once it started singing, it could not stop. It sang over and over again. The first time Bai Yang felt strange, the second time he felt, haha, and the third time Bai Yang felt noisy. "Can you please stop singing?" Bai Yang sighed. But the parrot in the tree only stopped for a second, and then it continued to sing. Bai Yang rubbed his forehead and walked to the side. Then he took out a cigarette and lighter, ready to smoke. Just as he lit the cigarette, Bai Yang noticed that the parrot in the tree stopped singing. He took a puff and looked at it. When he was about to say something, he noticed that the parrot in the tree tilted its head and looked at him. Bai Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough. "Light up a cigarette, my heart is like a smoke ring," Bai Yang. This tune. Is it from the 80s or 90s? Zheng Tan sat in the Paws small electric scooter, and when he entered the courtyard, he saw Bai Yang with a cigarette between his fingers, but he didn't smoke. He stood there looking like he wanted to poop. And the parrot in the tree was singing. "Fill up a glass of wine, your face is as delicate as an apple." Bai Yang's face was really red, but it was definitely because he was angry. When he saw the Jiao Pa coming over on the electric scooter, Bai Yang recovered from his stupor. "Teacher Jiao, this bird is..." Bai Yang pointed at the bird that had stopped singing and asked. A teacher downstairs raised it. "It is quite smart and likes to sing." Chapter 124. When the Jiao Pa brought Bai Yang upstairs, Zheng Tan squatted downstairs and waited. He didn't want to climb up and down. As for the noisy bird in the tree, it couldn't sing without an audience. It stood on the tree and looked at Zheng Tan, who jumped up the tree and laid down. Its gaze lingered on Zheng Tan's cat ears for a while. After being glared at by Zheng Tan, it hummed and flew to other parts of the courtyard to find an audience. It originally wanted to bully the cat from before, but it didn't expect to meet Bai Yang, an audience. Compared to bullying other cats, it was more inclined to sing. Only when it couldn't sing would it look for someone to bully or hide in a corner to watch the show. Zheng Tan knew this bird's personality, so before it left, Zheng Tan wouldn't let his guard down. If he wasn't careful, this bird would bite his cat ears. So when General flew away, Zheng Tan was officially relieved. He yawned. Although he hadn't eaten dinner, he didn't feel too hungry. He had eaten some peanuts when he was at the Jiao Wei's restaurant. He guessed that the Jiao Pa and Bai Yang would talk for a while, so Zheng Tan could take a nap. However, Zheng Tan didn't take a nap for more than a few minutes before he heard a car horn. The sound was quite familiar. He opened his eyes and looked in that direction. He saw the third Master Feng's car slowly approaching. The car window was down, and the third Master Feng stuck his head out of the car and looked at the surrounding tall trees. Finally, his gaze fell on Zheng Tan. He immediately smiled and waved at Zheng Tan. The driver today wasn't the third Master Feng, but another person Zheng Tan had never seen before. He looked quite steady, and the driver's face was expressionless. Zheng Tan got up and stretched. He shook his fur, jumped down the tree, and came to the side of the car. Third Master Feng didn't seem to be getting out of the car. He was still holding a phone in his other hand. When he saw Zheng Tan coming over, he motioned for Zheng Tan to enter the car to talk. Although he was confused, Zheng Tan still jumped into the car and stood in the back seat. Then he looked at Third Master Feng with confusion. Zheng Tan felt that the Third Master Feng was not here to take him out to play. If there were any arrangements, the Third Master Feng would have informed him long ago. However, Zheng Tan had not heard of any arrangements for the Third Master Feng during this period of time. It was usually Celestine who came to take him out to play. Feng Xiaokong, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at the black cat in front of him carefully. Yo, your beard is growing well. It looks much better than before. You don't have to worry about people seeing you like this. As he spoke, Feng Xiaokong took out his phone and flipped through the photos he had taken before. He nodded as if to confirm. Then, before Zheng Tan could flip open the phone, he threw the phone into his pocket and said, I passed by Tsinghua University today, so I came to take a look and introduce some people. I have to leave soon, so I won't go upstairs. Before he came, Feng Xiaokong had called Associate Professor Jiao. Otherwise, he would not have known that Zheng Tan was staying on the tree downstairs. He had already told Associate Professor Jiao about the details, so he only said a few words to Zheng Tan. Jiao Pa, who was staying at home on the 5th floor, looked downstairs from the balcony of his house. He went into the house to continue talking with Bai Yang. Just now he plugged his phone into the power supply. Not long after he turned it on, the Third Master Feng called. He said that there was an event next Saturday, and he wanted to take his cat out for a walk. When the Jiao Pa was talking to the Third Master Feng on the phone, Bai Yang also heard some things. He also learned some things during his time in the company, including the pure black, lucky cat, ornament in the office of Big Boss Yuan Zi. The Mr. Feng, that Associate Professor Jiao called out just now was the one from Shaoguang Group, right? TSK, I really didn't expect that the call was about taking his cat out to play. Since when did all the social work fall on the cat? The cat business was busier than the human business. Downstairs in the car, the Third Master Feng simply told Zheng Tan that he would take him out to play next Saturday and meet some new friends. He would send a driver to pick him up. After all, the Third Master Feng definitely did not have time. The driver that the Third Master Feng had entrusted with this important task was the person sitting in the driver's seat at the moment. This is Tong Qing. You can get to know him first. He will come to pick you up next Saturday. He is a good person and has a strong mentality. He can drive and fight, but he is a bit boring. Feng Xiaokong pointed to the person in the driver's seat as he spoke to Zheng Tan. Then he asked the driver to take a good look at Zheng Tan. There were so many black mongrel cats in the world. It was easy for people who were not familiar with them to mistake them, but they also knew that once they were familiar with them, they would not be mistaken again. Throughout the whole process, the driver named Tong Qing's expression did not change much, but there was still a little doubt in his eyes. Perhaps he did not understand why his boss had to say so much to a cat. It was just a cat. Could it understand? Tong Qing had followed Feng Xiaokong from Beijing after the 11th of this year. He used to drive for Feng Xiaokong in Beijing for half a year. Feng Xiaokong felt that this person was good and steady enough. He should be able to withstand the psychological impact of Zheng Tan, so he transferred him over. After all, not everyone could accept such an evil cat, calmly accept it, and keep their mouth shut. Zheng Tan did not care. He was not worried about Feng Xiaokong's choice. Anyway, as long as the cat was not like raunchy, it was fine. He was too weak and could not be scared easily. After a few simple words and getting to know the person, Zheng Tan jumped out of the car and watched Feng Xiaokong's car leave the compound. He climbed up a tree and lay there for a while, waiting for the Jiao Pa to come down before they went out to eat together. In the following week, Jiao Ma knew that Zheng Tan had been invited by the Third Master Feng to play. She ran to Xiaoguo's place several times, thinking about how to make her cat look more high-end and classy. After all, in terms of breed and pedigree, those famous cats were several countries ahead of Zheng Tan. For people like the Third Master Feng, their cats must be famous cats. Famous pets were matched with famous people, and there were not many people who were as close to the people as the Third Master Feng. Of course, Jiao Ma definitely did not dislike Zheng Tan's rural pedigree. She was afraid that Zheng Tan would be laughed at by others. Maybe people would not say anything because of the Third Master Feng, But when she thought about how her cat would be ridiculed by a group of people, she felt uncomfortable. Therefore, she spent the past week thinking about how to make her cat look better. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan was not interested in Jiao Ma's thoughts at all. He was not long-haired. Even if he went to Xiaoguo's place for pet grooming, he would not change anything. She also avoided things like mandarin jackets and bow ties. She felt uncomfortable wearing those things. She already had a natural fur coat on her, so why would she still need a mandarin jacket? Jiao Pa was much calmer. Although he did not understand Feng Xiaokong's thoughts, he believed that Feng Xiaokong would not let anything happen to his cat. Zheng Tan also felt that there was nothing to worry about. They were just going to have fun. Was there a need to be so nervous? It was not the first time he had been taken out to have fun. While Jiao Ma was thinking about how to make Zheng Tan look better, Zhao Lu was sitting on the other side of Feng Xiaokong's desk in his office. She had received an invitation for Saturday a long time ago. Her father did not have time as he was out of town, so she would go on behalf of her father. 2 days ago, when she met Associate Professor Jiao at Tsinghua University, she found out that the Jiao family's black cat was also invited. She did not understand. Zhao Lu roughly knew who would be going. Among them, there were a few who liked pets and liked to take them with them wherever they went. However, those were all famous pets. Why would they bring the black charcoal with the countryside bloodline to the event? Although Zhao Lu felt that this was not a good idea, her thoughts were similar to Jiao Ma's. However, based on her understanding of Feng Xiaokong, she knew that his methods were sometimes extreme or messy. To put it bluntly, he was just messing around. However, the results were always surprising. Feng Xiaokong was a legend in the industry. This guy's thinking always took a turn in the direction of the unthinkable, when others did not expect it. After holding it in for 2 days, Zhao Lu could not hold it in anymore. She ran over to ask her third uncle what he was thinking. Feng Xiaokong finished reading the report in his hand and slowly closed the folder. Then he looked at Zhao Lu and said, "When I was chatting with your dad last month, he mentioned an interesting story. In order to increase the survival rate of sardines, which are tranquil and prone to suffocation, a carnivorous and ferocious fish, such as a catfish, would be added to the sardines during transportation." The famous catfish effect. Zhao Lu knew about this. It was a common method used in management. Feng Xiaokong did not elaborate on the catfish effect. Instead he asked, "Don't you think that these gatherings are too rigid? It's always the same group of people. They look so friendly and formal. It's too boring." Was it boring? Not really. At least, Zhao Lu felt that these gatherings were quite successful. They supported each other, strengthened the network of relationships, created some opportunities for cooperation, and so on. Moreover, weren't gatherings of this nature usually like this? Or to put it bluntly, did third Uncle Feng feel that these gatherings were not chaotic enough? That's why I feel that your dad's story makes a lot of sense. Feng Xiaokong said with a smile as he moved the roly-poly toy with a cat print on the table. Zhao Lu, that's not how you interpret it. That's definitely not what my dad meant. Zhao Lu emphasized again. What a joke. If something really went wrong and his father was to be blamed for it, wouldn't that be terrible? Actually, when Zhao Zhang told the story of the catfish effect, it was just a metaphor for Feng Xiaokong. He felt that Feng Xiaokong was the biggest catfish in the industry. Feng Xiaokong's new, strange, and unique views, actions, and habits had already invisibly stimulated the industry. Just like what old Master Zhao said, the third son of the Feng family was, to put it nicely, a genius. To put it bluntly, he was a freak. The same thing, the same story, but from a different perspective, the way to discover and solve the problem would be very different. Looking at the roly-poly toy on the table, Feng Xiaokong raised his arm and rubbed his neck. He then mentioned a few names of the people who were invited. Finally he lamented. The ups and downs of the world, talking and chatting. It's so boring. Third uncle, there will be trouble, Zhao Lu said seriously. Thinking about the people who were invited, she felt a headache coming on. It was worse than what she had imagined. She hoped that it wouldn't be too chaotic when the time came. This wasn't just a problem with the Jiao family's black charcoal. Even without black charcoal, there wouldn't be peace. It won't. I have confidence in it. As for the topic of discussion between Third Master Fang and Zhao Le, Zheng Tan, it lasted until Saturday under Jiao Ma's daily nagging. After breakfast and a short rest, Tong Qing, the driver entrusted by Fang Xiaokong with an important task, arrived on time. Zheng Tan still didn't wear the jacket and bow tie that Jiao Ma brought back. The cat tag was also placed in Depang's house. He jumped into the car through the open window, found a comfortable position in the back seat, and was then driven away. Just like what Fang Xiaokong said when introducing Tong Qing, the driver was mentally strong, but he was a little boring. He didn't talk while driving, and he didn't even play music. At most, he listened to the traffic radio. Even if he was curious about Zheng Tan, he put all his energy into driving. He drove steadily and conscientiously, unlike Celestine, who always had endless topics to talk about. The destination of this trip was a little far from Tsinghua University. It was a garden villa area developed by Xiaoguang Group. In order to celebrate the completion of the first phase of the project, Fang Xiaokong invited some people over for a party. The person in charge of security and reception outside recognized Tong Qing and the car. He glanced inside and didn't see anyone in the car. He felt strange. His boss's car had arrived a long time ago. Why did Tong Qing drive here? But he didn't think too much about it. They had other tasks and couldn't take care of Tong Qing. After parking the car, Tong Qing didn't open the window. Instead, he got out of the car and opened the door for Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was a little excited. He didn't expect to be treated like this after becoming a cat. When he went out to play with Celestine, he basically jumped out of the car window. But after getting out of the car, Zheng Tan's excitement disappeared. There were some people standing around where the car was parked. Those people were observing every car that drove over, and then excitedly looked at the people who were rarely seen coming out of the car. Even if they were pets, they were rare pets. For example, the leopard cat that got out of the car before. That cat was not only eye-catching, but the cat tag on its neck was also studded with diamonds. But in comparison, the pair in front of them, driver, an ordinary driver, cat, a field cat, commonly known as a mongrel. And they didn't have any decorations to show their identity, not even a dazzling cat tag. Naked, they felt that their class had suddenly fallen into a mess. In their eyes, Zheng Tan could be described in a more elegant way. He was outside but not wearing an inch of clothing. The meaning expressed in their eyes was, "What the F***ck, there's actually a shameless person over there." Those people felt that seeing such a cat in this kind of place was simply lowering their status. This kind of house cat that could be seen everywhere usually wandered outside, but coming to this kind of place was simply a disgrace to the owner. But even if they despised it, they didn't say anything rashly. Before they figured it out, even if they had their own opinions, they could still suppress it. Maybe some famous people like to raise this kind of cat. In fact, Zheng Tan was also puzzled. Did evaluating a cat's value require things like a cat tag, a collar, and those special little clothes? Did wearing a cat suit and a bow tie mean that the cat was quite gentlemanly? Did wearing armor comparable to that of a golden saint show that it was mighty and majestic? F***ck your paws. I'm just like this, going into battle with light, pure natural, 100% original goods. Zheng Tan turned his head and lifted his feet to walk forward. Chapter 125. Zheng Tan did not want to pay attention to those senseless people, but it was impossible to say that he did not care at all. However, this was not the place to cause trouble. The occasion was not right. Many of the people who came today were well-known figures in Tsinghua City. It was not that Zheng Tan was afraid of them, but it was mainly because with his current status, it was better for him to suppress his emotions. Otherwise, not only would he cause trouble for the third Master Fang, but his Jiao family would also not have an easy time. Forget it. I'll just have to ask the third Master Fang for something to compensate me for this little bit of depression. Zheng Tan was not the kind of person who would not take advantage of the situation. As he thought about it, Zheng Tan walked forward. After a few steps, another luxury car drove over. It was long and imposing, and there were a few other cars following behind it. The people around no longer paid attention to Zheng Tan. They were all looking in that direction. Zheng Tan only glanced over curiously, and saw an old acquaintance get out of the car. He did not expect Yi Hao to come here. After Yi Hao got out of the car, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he helped an old man out of the car. The old man had white hair and was wearing a tang suit. He held a walking stick and looked to be in good spirits. Zheng Tan felt that the old man did not need a walking stick to walk steadily. Zheng Tan moved his ears and heard some people whispering around him. There was some excitement in their words. Master Tang the Seventh? After looking at the old man again, Zheng Tan thought of the Monsignor. That guy seemed to be riding on this old man's coattails. Not bad. This coattail could make the Monsignor feel more at ease. Even if Yi Hao was not very willing at first, as long as the old man agreed, Yi Hao could not do anything about it. Just as he thought of Monsignor, Zheng Tan saw the guy get out of the car. There was a cat tag hanging around his neck. He didn't know what it was made of, but he guessed that it wasn't just an ID tag, just like the access card that Zheng Tan usually wore. It might have some other function. However, even if the Monsignor didn't wear any cat tags or other decorations, its appearance alone would give it a lot of points. At least the people standing around it wouldn't look at it as if it were an inferior product. Monsignor also looked very cocky. He raised his head, puffed out his chest, and walked like a cat. F***CK, that's Master Tang the Seventh, right? He was a big shot back in the day. What animal is that beside Master Tang the Seventh? A cat? Where did Master Tang the Seventh get this wild beast? I don't think I've seen this before. The one who came before also brought a big cat, but it was slightly smaller than this one. Hiss. Why do I feel that this cat's gaze makes me panic? Me too. Is this the so-called murderous aura? No wonder it's Master Tang the Seventh's cat. It doesn't have the delicate feeling of those pet cats. It's so F***king cool. Zheng Tan listened to the discussions of those people. He pulled his ears, turned around, and continued walking. Monsignor saw Zheng Tan when he walked out. He wagged his tail a few times, then looked at Master Tang the Seventh and Yi Hao. He still stayed at the side obediently. Whose cat is that? Master Tang the Seventh turned his head and asked Yi Hao. He also looked at the black cat. He couldn't be blamed for being curious. It was strange to see a cat with a bodyguard on such an occasion. Although many people thought that Tong Qing was just an ordinary driver, Master Tang the Seventh was an experienced man. He had sharp eyes. He couldn't see a cat, but he could see people. Yi Hao had a strange expression on his face. He moved closer to Master Tang the Seventh's ear and whispered a few words. Master Tang the Seventh's eyes flashed. He looked at the black cat that was walking steadily without looking back. So it's that cat. Just as he was about to call out to the black cat, Master Tang the Seventh heard someone call his name. He looked and saw that it was an old friend. He temporarily put aside Zheng Tan and started talking with another person who had just arrived. He walked slowly and walked further and further away from the black cat. Zheng Tan and Tong Qing were brought to their destination by the person in charge of leading the way. They glanced around. The greenery here was very good. There were long tables on the lawn with all kinds of food. There were mainly a few children and some young people here. As for the important people, they were probably talking indoors. It was just as Feng Xiaokong had said. There were many same species here. There were cats and dogs, and they were all rare breeds. For example, the leopard cat with the diamond-studded cat tag was specially served, and the Himalayan cat in the arms of the sexy mature woman. In comparison, Zheng Tan felt that he was really a country bumpkin. In addition to the cats, there were also some famous dogs. A few large dogs were brought by people. They were some distance away from here, but they kept eyeing this side. They were probably trained, so they didn't bark all the time. However, it looked like they would come over and bite the cats here if they had the chance. There was a puppy running around here. Although it was still young, it was already very big. It was at least bigger than Zheng Tan. It was just like the Saint Bernard that had just arrived at the eastern courtyard. It would definitely be big in the future. Unlike the Saint Bernard, this little guy was not docile. A big cat was lying on a chair next to it, teasing it. The little guy could not jump up. It could only growl twice and bite the chair leg. Zheng Tan looked at the big cat lying on the chair. Its pattern was quite similar to a leopard. However, its big ears were different from leopard and leopard cats. It was more like the serval cats on TV. However, Was it okay to raise a serval cat in a big city in this country? Or was it a hybrid between serval cats and other cats? The latter was more likely. The big cat had a leather collar on its body. The leash was different from that of ordinary domestic cats. It was quite similar to the leash used to walk dogs. While Zheng Tan was walking downstairs, Feng Xiaokong was chatting with a few people in the villa not far away. Zhao Lu was also there. However, in terms of seniority, she was the younger generation. Most of the time, she just listened and did not take the initiative to speak. These people gathered together and did not talk about any business secrets. The most they talked about was their pets. Old Lu, I heard that you got a Tai Baojin some time ago. I saw that you brought a red mastiff here today. The third Master Feng said to one of them. Tai Baojin's cub was given away. I found myself a big red lion mastiff. Old Luing said. But it's still too young, so it's not that impressive. I heard that a lot of people use green dragon dogs to fool people. Old Lu, you have to pay more attention, a man in his 40s said. Hey, am I the kind of person who can be fooled? Old Lu glared. Right, Wang Bin, what kind of dog does your second uncle have? Feng Xiaokong turned to ask a young man in his 20s. It is a Xianxi dog. My father's comrade gave it to him as a gift. It was not convenient to raise it, so he gave it to my second uncle. Now my second uncle brings the dog with him when he is training the soldiers. The young man named Wang Bin replied with a smile. Oh, there are people raising Xianxi dogs over there now. Old Lu smiled and did not comment. I have seen a few photos. The dog is always dirty. Does your second uncle let it roll around in the wild with his soldiers every day? Feng Xiaokong recalled the photos and asked doubtfully. Wang Bin shook his head. My second uncle said that he raised it for guard and hunting. It is normal for it to be dirty. It proves that it has been working hard and not slacking off. Not all dogs in Xiaxi can hunt. Even if their parents are excellent hunting dogs, it's rare to have two puppies that are good enough to hunt. Old Lu sighed. He had also raised dogs in the past, but it ended in disappointment. Hey, why do you keep talking about dogs? Talk about cats. A fat middle-aged man who had been sitting on the side smoking put out the cigarette, but in the ashtray and said, Men still prefer dogs. What is so good about raising cats? They are squeamish, bad-tempered, and not loyal enough. Old Lu snorted. Big cats are good. I once went on a business trip. There was a dogfighting ring where people bet on dogs. I was lucky that day and saw a good show. A ferocious cat killed a pit bull. How was it? Surprised? What's the use of saying this? No matter how powerful that big cat is, can you raise it openly or what? Old Lu attacked him. Although it was definitely possible to raise it with some means, it was better not to go too far. It was better to be low-key when it was necessary. That's why I took a step back. Come, let me show you. The fat middle-aged man called them to the balcony and pointed to the big cat that was lying on the chair leisurely playing with the dog at the long table below. He said proudly, How is it? Beautiful, right? Majestic, right? Old Lu, look at your puppy. It is not as majestic as a lion-head mastiff. Old Lu's face was not very good. He snorted again. You want to try it when my lion-head mastiff grows up? My cat is not stupid. It is flexible enough. Dogs can't jump high and can't climb trees. The fat middle-aged man's voice was a little light. Obviously, he was very proud now. He and Old Lu had some conflicts because of the previous projects, so he would not let go of the opportunity to attack him. Old Lu's face darkened, but he suddenly thought of something and said, Your cat is indeed bigger than a normal cat, but let me put it this way. In terms of combat power, in our Chuhua city, your cat can only be ranked third at most. Third. The fat middle-aged man's tone was not very good. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the third place. Although his cat was not as good as the big cats in the dogfighting ring, in Chuhua City, among the pet cats, it should be at least second, if not first, right? Third. I have seen Nian 19's big cat. Your cat is certainly not as good as Nian 19's, but I also heard that Nian 19's big cat was defeated by Master Tang the 7th's cat. Although I have not seen Master Tang the 7th's big cat, in terms of first place, Master Tang the 7th's cat is definitely first, and Nian 19's cat is second. As for your cat, Feng Xiaokong stood next to them and lit a cigarette. He listened to their conversation with a smile on his face. After seeing the situation below, he stopped smoking for a moment, but then returned to normal. He ignored Zhao Lu, who was looking at him from the side. Zhao Lu was just going to look at the so-called big cat, but the first thing she saw was the black cat that was wandering around casually. Before she could smile, she saw the big cat that was lying there playing with the dog jump on the long table, staring in the direction of the black cat, and quietly approaching it. Zhao Li's heart suddenly tightened. She wanted to ask Feng Xiaokong to come forward and stop it. After all, in this place, her voice was definitely not as effective as Feng Xiaokong's. The fat middle-aged man, who was about to argue with old Lu, also stopped talking. He saw that his big cat was preparing to hunt. He knew his big cat too well. He knew what it wanted to do with one move. At this moment, its behavior was obviously to teach its prey a lesson that was ruthless enough. As for the prey that it had set its eyes on, even if it did not die or become disabled, it was inevitable that its muscles and bones would bleed and lose some meat. Just wait and see. I will open your eyes. The fat middle-aged man's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. He had been looking for an opportunity to let his big cat show off its power for a long time, but he did not expect one to come to him now. As for the black cat, it did not look special. He did not know which idiot raised it. Even if it was bitten to death, it would not be a big deal. Some people below were also waiting to see a good show. A few people looked in the direction of their boss. Seeing that the boss did not have any special instructions, they just let them be. Tong Qing had already noticed the abnormality of the people around him. He slightly turned his head and saw the big cat quietly approaching on the long table. He frowned and looked at the black cat in front of him, wondering if he should remind it. But this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was fine if it was a person, but when it came to a cat, he could not make a decision. He was not sure if this was the way cats dealt with other cats, or if it was a threatening attack. Forget it. Let's see the situation first. If it really is a threatening attack, then I can help. After Tong Qing thought about it, he paid attention to the big cat and the black cat in front of him. When the big cat was approaching quickly, the people around it did not hear it at all. It jumped over the dishes dragged to the edge of the table by the children, and dodged a ping-pong ball thrown by a child. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Every time it paused, it paid attention to the situation of its prey, ready to hide or pounce at any time. Standing on the balcony, the fat middle-aged man had a confident smile on his face. He believed that the big cat with the serval's bloodline had inherited the serval's ambush ability and high hunting success rate. Coupled with his intentional training, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with such a small domestic cat. In the expectation of many people, the big cat finally moved. It jumped down from the long table and pounced on Zheng Tan, who was not far from the long table. At first, Zheng Tan did not notice the big cat. He was looking at the surrounding scenery. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong and twitched his ears. The big cat's footsteps were very light, and it was difficult to distinguish between the people talking and the barking of dogs, but Zheng Tan could hear the discussion around him and knew that he was being watched. What the F***ck? Before Zheng Tan could turn around, the big cat had already pounced on him. Zheng Tan's reaction was also fast. Now that his senses were much sharper, he had a strong premonition of danger. Perhaps other people would only see a big cat preparing to ambush an ordinary house cat. It was normal for cats to fight, and it would be over after a bit of noise. It wasn't a big deal. But Zheng Tan could feel the danger. The other party obviously did not intend to play the so-called friendly game between cats, but a real ambush. It was an ambush with killing power. Zheng Tan dodged and jumped away. As he jumped, he slapped the big cat. Zheng Tan was a little depressed, and he felt the malice from the big cat. He did not use much strength and slapped it with his paw. Bang! 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 The big cat had just jumped down from the long table when it was slapped again. It knocked over many bowls, plates, and cups on the table. Feng Xiaokong, who was standing on the balcony of the villa and looking over, blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "Oh, fourth place." Chapter 126. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't accept it for a while. Before Zheng Tan arrived, The big cat had been showing off for quite a while. The other cats, who were more delicate, had stayed far away from it, not daring to get close. The big leopard cat's domineering aura was very strong. Only the little lion-headed mastiff persistently went up to bite it. But now, the big leopard cat was slapped to the side by a black cat that was obviously smaller than it. It was a clean slap. It was a godlike turn of events. The contrast was too big, and the obvious size difference in front of them made everyone feel like they were watching a child slap an adult. It was weird no matter how they looked at it. Because of the cover of the tablecloth, Zheng Tan couldn't see the big cat that rolled to the other side of the table. He could only rely on his hearing to identify the situation over there. He felt that the big cat didn't seem to have any intention of coming over. Zheng Tan didn't use all his strength in the slap just now. If he used all his strength, the big cat would probably die on the spot. After the big cat rolled off the table, it got up. It seemed to be a little dizzy and staggered a few times before standing firm. He didn't know if its bones were broken, but it certainly didn't want to trouble Zheng Tan again. After looking around, Zheng Tan felt that there was nothing interesting, so he prepared to leave and find a quiet place to sleep. On the balcony of the villa, compared to Feng Xiaokong's leisure, Old Lu's gloating, and other people's surprise, the fat middle-aged man's face was gloomy. Especially Feng Xiaokong's seemingly casual words. It directly hit the nail on the head. Not to mention the third place, even the fourth place would be doubted. Didn't you see that he couldn't even handle a small house cat? That cat was weird. This was the unanimous opinion of everyone present, but they wouldn't think that it was supernatural. They boasted that they were knowledgeable people and had seen a lot of strange things. Now they were just wondering if the black cat was a precious breed and looked like an ordinary field cat. That's actually a Bombay cat, right? Or a mutated breed of Bombay cat? Someone asked doubtfully. Judging from its size, although the black cat is a little bigger than some domestic cats, the shape of its face is not right. It doesn't look like a little black panther. Someone who thought he knew cats better answered. Let's take a step back. Even if it's a Bombay cat, which is smaller in comparison, it can't slap the big cat like that, right? But then again, cats are different from dogs. They look the same, but there's a big difference between them. Old Lu said with a smile. He didn't care what breed the black cat was, and he didn't care if it could really send a cat that was a size bigger than itself flying. Anyway, Old Lu was happy to see the owner of the big cat being defeated. Who does that black cat belong to? Someone asked. Regarding this cat, which was considered to be one of the top 3 cats in Chuhua City, some people had already begun to have ideas in their hearts. They didn't necessarily like cats that much. They just wanted to show off. If they could raise a cat like this, they would be able to brag about it in the future. I remember that the person standing next to the black cat was driving Fong Sen a few days ago, said a person who had been standing at the side who had not spoken much. What? That cat belongs to Feng Xiaokong? The group of people looked at Feng Xiaokong. Their expressions changed. After 2 seconds of silence, they said, "No wonder." No one said specifically what no wonder they were talking about. Third Master Feng was a freak. It was normal for him to raise a freak cat. Feng Xiaokong just calmly smoked his cigarette. He didn't refute the people's words. He just chuckled a few times. Zhao Lu understood Feng Xiaokong's silent behavior. It was actually a way to protect himself. If these people knew that the owner of the black cat was someone else, they would still continue to plot against it. They might even use some more extreme methods. But if it was Feng Xiaokong, they would have to put away those thoughts. Even if it was a little special, a cat was still a cat. They didn't want to provoke a freak like Feng Xiaokong for a cat. "Hey, what's that?" someone exclaimed. Looking in the direction that the person pointed, the crowd saw Master Tang VII and his group walking over. I didn't expect Master Tang VII to come over. It's rare to see this old man in recent years. He knows how to restrain himself. The older he gets, the more cunning he gets. Zhao Lu stood at the side. She didn't care much about what the people around her said about Master Tang VII. She only knew a little about Master Tang VII's past. She didn't interact with many people over there, so she didn't know much about them. However, her main focus was not on Master Tang VII, but the big cat next to him. The big cat, that the people around her were talking about was smaller than the one next to Master Tang the Seventh. In addition, this cat had long fur. It was very impressive, so the first impression it gave off was much greater. Even old Lu, who had never been interested in cats, couldn't take his eyes off it. "Old Lu, is that the cat you said was ranked first in combat?" someone asked. Yes, it should be this one. This was the first time old Lu had seen it with his own eyes. If not for my good eyesight, I might have mistaken it for a dog. This cat was like a lion mastiff among dogs. Compared to other domestic cats, it was large enough. Its long fur was smooth and shiny, and its every move was as cold and deep as a large wild cat. There was no curiosity in the cat's eyes. It didn't show any violent reaction to the tempting food or the people and animals running around it. Its big ears twitched from time to time as it vigilantly observed its surroundings. Its tail drooped in an arc, just like a leopard patrolling its territory. It was wild, or perhaps it contained something else, such as a murderous nature. Although old Lu wasn't interested in cats, he had to admit that this cat was indeed very powerful. Its aura alone was much stronger than the leopard cat from before. It was no wonder that Nia 19's cat had been defeated by its claws. Old Lu looked at the black cat that was walking back to the table, then looked at the Monsignor, who was approaching with Master Tang the Seventh and his group. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Interesting. The former had just sent a big cat flying, and the latter didn't look like one to be trifled with. What kind of sparks would fly when the two met? As soon as Master Tang the Seventh and his group appeared, the crowd immediately forgot about Zheng Tan sending the leopard cat flying. Master Tang the Seventh's status and seniority were obvious, and the Monsignor beside him was too eye-catching and eye-catching. Some of them had similar thoughts as old Lu. They were waiting to watch a good show. How would the two cats fight when they met? As for Master Tang the Seventh himself, although he wanted to maintain an indifferent attitude, there were still a few more wrinkles on his old face. He knew that bringing the Monsignor out would make him look good. How cool. Feng Xiaokong, what are the odds of your cat winning against Master Tang the Seventh? Old Lu looked at Feng Xiaokong and asked. I don't know. Feng Xiaokong accurately threw the cigarette, but into the ashtray. He put his hands on the railing and looked down. I'm just a little worried. Hey, if you're worried, then hurry up and take your cat away. Otherwise, it'll be bad if it gets hit. I heard that Master Tang the Seventh's cat is very fierce. It might not be worse than those wild feral caracal cats. Although old Lu was worried about Feng Xiaokong's cat, he looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. But at the same time, old Lu also realized that although Feng Xiaokong said he was worried, he didn't look worried at all. Feng-san, it's not that I want to say this, but it wasn't easy to get a cat like this. You have to keep an eye on it. If it gets hurt or disabled, it'll be a great loss. Someone else said in a serious tone. Feng Xiaokong grunted, then said slowly. I'm not worried about the cat. I'm worried about your little lion-headed mastiff. As he said this, Feng Xiaokong looked over and pouted. That little guy seems to be very excited. Old Lu was shocked and quickly looked at his precious lion-headed mastiff. He was so focused on Master Tang the Seventh's cat that he didn't pay attention to his dog. Now that he looked over, he saw his little puppy fearlessly moving over and making immature growls. Unlike when it was facing the big leopard cat, when it faced the Monsignor, the little puppy kept a distance from him and didn't directly attack him. Obviously, it felt the dangerous aura of the Monsignor. No matter how brave it was, it still had some sense of danger. Old Lu couldn't say anything at this time. He felt that if he did, he would be in a disadvantageous position and would be looked down upon by the people present. However, he also felt sorry for his puppy. If it was an adult lion-headed mastiff, it would be fine, but now it was just a puppy. It couldn't even beat the leopard cat, let alone this one. Although he couldn't say anything, old Lu still hurriedly signaled to his subordinates, just in case. Zheng Tan was about to leave, but when he saw this scene, he stopped and waited to see what would happen next. He wanted to see how the Monsignor would react. It had to be said that the puppy was indeed very brave. The lion-headed mastiff puppy barked a few times at the Monsignor. The Monsignor was probably annoyed. He bared his teeth at the puppy, revealing fangs that were longer than those of other cats. He looked much more ferocious. The puppy paused for a moment, then barked even louder. Seeing that baring his teeth was useless, the Monseigneur took 2 steps forward. If the puppy continued to make noise, he wouldn't mind giving it a few paws. When the Monseigneur moved, the nerves of the group of onlookers also collapsed. Old Lu's 2 subordinates stood not far away, their palms sweaty. If they really started to fight, looking at the size and momentum of the cat, they didn't know how badly they would be scratched. However, even if they were scratched, they had to protect the puppy. After all, the puppy was the boss favorite. Seeing that the Monseigneur moved, the puppy took a few steps back. When the Monseigneur stopped, the puppy also stopped and continued to bark. At this time, a ping-pong ball was thrown at the Monseigneur. But the Monseigneur noticed it and dodged it. The ping-pong ball didn't hit the target. It flew over the Monseigneur, hit the building next to it, and fell into the flower bed. Other than the puppy in front of him, there were also some other daring kids. Zheng Tan looked in the direction where the ping-pong ball was thrown. There was a little kid who was about to throw a second ping-pong ball, but was stopped by his mother. If he continued to throw it, wouldn't he be attracting hatred? He definitely couldn't attract the attention of Master Tang the Seventh's big cat. However, at the same time, Zheng Tan also felt that the Monseigneur was much more aggressive, and the puppy was still barking at it fearlessly. It was really looking for trouble. Just as Zheng Tan finished lamenting, the Monseigneur moved. This time he didn't take 2 steps as a warning. Instead, he walked straight towards the puppy. Although he didn't make a direct and quick attack, his posture meant that he couldn't hold back anymore. Moreover, he gave people a strong sense of oppression, even though he was just a big cat. Many of the people close to him were more experienced bodyguards, and they could clearly feel the indescribable chill. Because of this, their evaluation of Master Tang the Seventh's cat increased by several levels. As the Monseigneur approached, the puppy retreated step by step. 5 meters away, 2 people were ready to rescue it. They were also familiar with the puppy. Usually, when Old Lu took the puppy with him, they were also around to protect him. Therefore, if the puppy was smart, it would definitely run in that direction. However, to everyone's surprise, the puppy didn't run in the direction of the 2 people. At first, it was barking as it retreated, but when it saw the Monseigneur approaching, it turned around and ran towards Zheng Tan. When it was 2 steps away from Zheng Tan, it paused and looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan? Why the F***ck are you looking at me for? The puppy wagged its tail and slowly moved towards Zheng Tan. When it got closer, it turned around and continued barking at the Monseigneur. The people watching from the balcony joked, "Old Lu, is your lion-headed mastiff's father a cat?" "Yeah, don't people look for their father if they can't beat them? Why didn't your lion-headed mastiff look for anyone but that black cat?" Another person chimed in. A dog relying on a cat's power? This was the first time they had seen such a thing. The few of them looked at it curiously. Feng Xiaokong looked over and thought, black charcoal has good relationships with people, cats and dogs, especially with puppies. Thinking back to when he saw this black cat with 3 puppies in the south, Feng Xiaokong couldn't help but smile. Some people were also excited by the current situation, and were waiting for the 2 cats to start a PK battle. Unexpectedly, the Monseigneur wagged its tail twice, ignored the puppies, and walked steadily back to Master Tang the Seventh's side. "Hey, why aren't they fighting?" someone asked curiously. "Look at the 2 cats' reactions. Feng Xiaokong, do they know each other?" someone asked Feng Xiaokong. "Oh, they know each other," Feng Xiaokong said as he turned around, yawned and stretched his arms. Everyone. This matter-of-fact tone was asking for a beating. F***ck, if they knew each other, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you messing with us? The group of people was waiting to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that the only person watching the show was the 3rd Master Feng. Since Master Tang the Seventh was here, Feng Xiaokong also went downstairs to welcome him. After all, Master Tang the Seventh was considered the older generation. Since he was here in person, Feng Xiaokong had to be courteous. The others followed Feng Xiaokong downstairs. Although Master Tang the Seventh was much more restrained now, his claws were still sharp and couldn't be underestimated. Everyone had to give him some face. After exchanging greetings with Master Tang the Seventh, Fang Xiaokong asked Zheng Tan to follow him in. Chapter 127. Seeing Zheng Tan follow Fang Xiaokong into the house, Master Tang VII originally wanted to leave the Monseigneur outside, but after some thought, he decided to bring him along. As for the gutsy puppy, it also ran into the house. This time, it was quite obedient and followed beside Old Lu's leg. Old Lu looked a little better on the surface. At least the puppy did not run away with the cat. Otherwise, he would have become a laughingstock again. If these people used today's incident to poke fun at Old Lu every time, Old Lu would probably have to send the dog away or never bring it out again. For them, face was very important. Moreover, this puppy had not been with them for long and they had not developed a deep relationship. If they really sent it away, Old Lu would not be too reluctant. At most, he would feel that it was a pity. The puppy had no idea that its owner's impression of it was in danger. It naively followed Old Lu into the house. When it climbed the stairs, it missed a step and almost fell down. Fortunately, there were not many people who saw this scene. Everyone's attention was on Master Tang VII's big cat. Zheng Tan did not hear Old Lu call the puppy's name. Even now, he did not know what the puppy's name was. After following them to the second floor, the people there were already seated. Zheng Tan looked around and saw Zhao Lu waving at him. He ran over and lay on Zhao Li's leg. Since he could not find a suitable place, he decided to lie on Zhao Li's leg for a while. Fang Xiaokong also waved. As for why Zheng Tan was lying on Zhao Li's leg instead of Fang Xiaokong's, did it need to be explained? The Monseigneur lay down beside Master Tang VII's chair. Its two front paws were stretched out and crossed. Coupled with the aura it exuded, it made everyone feel that this cat indeed had the demeanor of a superior. In comparison, Zheng Tan was much more casual. He was no different from an ordinary house cat. Zhao Lu even took out a comb from his bag to smooth Zheng Tan's fur. He looked just like a harmless house cat. If the crowd had not seen with their own eyes how this cat neatly slapped a cat that was twice its size to the side, they would not have noticed anything special about this cat. Everyone looked at the black cat lying on Zhao Li's leg, and then looked at the Monseigneur, lying there in a dignified manner. They could not help but think, cats are really strange creatures. Unlike Zheng Tan and the Monseigneur, who were well-behaved, the puppy could not stay still. It was probably teething and wanted to grind its teeth, so it bit at the chair leg of the chair Old Lu was sitting. However, not long after Zheng Tan lay there, he felt a gaze fixed on him. Looking up, Zheng Tan saw a fat middle-aged man. The man's gaze was complicated, and the content of his gaze was not very good. Zheng Tan felt that this guy was silently criticizing him. He originally wanted to ignore him, but being stared at like this made Zheng Tan feel uncomfortable. If this continued, Zheng Tan was not sure if he would go up and give him a few kicks. Zheng Tan could distinguish between good and bad intentions. The fat man was probably scolding him in his heart. Zheng Tan remembered that there was a teacher in the eastern courtyard who was also very fat, but he treated people very well. Zheng Tan had a good impression of that fat teacher. Say they were both fat men. Couldn't this person in front of him be fatter and prettier? Fang Xiaokong and the others were chatting, but Zheng Tan was not interested in the content of their conversation. This atmosphere that seemed to be harmonious, but actually had a hidden agenda made him feel depressed. Jumping down from Fang Xiaokong's lap, Zheng Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong, then walked out of the door. Fang Xiaokong saw this and did not say anything, meaning to let him do as he pleased. The others just smiled. If the owner did not have any objections, why should they have any objections? The Monseigneur looked at Zheng Tan, then continued to lie there obediently. However, the puppy could not stay there any longer. It looked at Old Lu, then at the black cat that had already walked out of the door. It moved a few steps in that direction, looked at Old Lu, then moved a few more steps in the direction of the door. Old Lu could not stand it anymore. He whispered a few words to the person behind him, then took the puppy out. As soon as it got permission, the puppy started to chase after the black cat that was gradually walking away. It was jumping happily. Tong Qing was still following Zheng Tan. However, after he followed out, someone came over and whispered a few words to Tong Qing. Tong Qing was a little surprised but then nodded. I know. That person was one of Fang Xiaokong's important assistants. In fact, Although the assistant in charge of passing the message did not show it on his face, he might not have been calm inside. However, sometimes it was better not to ask too many questions. Just do your job according to the boss's instructions. After Zheng Tan came out of the room, he walked around the second floor, and did not find any listening devices. Although the third Master Feng did not seem reliable, he was still worthy of recognition. Moreover, the people who came today had special identities. No one would like to have a surveillance camera pointed at them. The second floor was boring. Zheng Tan remembered that there was a backyard on the first floor. Before he went upstairs, he just glanced at it casually and did not pay much attention to it. Now he decided to walk around. The puppy followed Zheng Tan downstairs. It was probably too excited and rushed down the stairs. When there were only a few steps left, it missed a step and rolled down. However, it had thick fur and a good physique. After it rolled down, it did not make a sound. When it got up, it was still in good spirits. Zheng Tan looked around. Fortunately, the big shots inside did not see it. Otherwise, the puppy would definitely be laughed at. Many people in the room did not see the scene where Zheng Tan slapped the guy with the pedigree of the cattail cat to the side. Therefore, they did not know about Zheng Tan's special and lethality. They did not have much vigilance against this seemingly ordinary cat. At this time, Zheng Tan had his own advantages. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary house cat. If he rolled around on the ground and walked around, people would definitely think that he was a stray cat. If people wanted to guard against such cats, it was at most to prevent them from stealing food. However, people would definitely be more vigilant against cats like Lord Ju, and the big leopard cat that looked very much like a serval. They were so lethal that people couldn't help but pay attention to them. It was almost impossible for them to hide their true strength, and play the role of a pig to eat a tiger. However, Monseigneur did not mean to hide. As soon as they appeared, they showed the posture of a king. Even if they were not domineering, they could still control the situation. Different types led to different lifestyles. But then again, Zheng Tan still preferred his current ordinary-looking appearance. He did not intend to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. He just felt that this way, he would have more freedom and enjoy some things that he had neglected in the past. Muddling through life, laughing and passing. This kind of thinking was absolutely impossible for Zheng Tan when he was still in human form. Some flowers and evergreen plants were planted in the back garden of the villa. Even in autumn, there was no sense of desolation. However, Zheng Tan was not in a good mood because of the beautiful scenery in the back garden. The reason was that when he walked to the back door, he saw a little kid playing with a model car in the garden. He looked a few years younger than little Pomelo, probably about 6 or 7 years old. Zheng Tan often heard Jiao Ma talk about things. Because Zheng Tan was the cat in the Jiao family, the adults in the Jiao family would also pay attention to other families with cats. These things became a topic of discussion after meals. It was said that those children were active, curious, and bold. They did not have a strong sense of responsibility, and did not have a strong sense of right and wrong. When the adults did not deliberately teach them to care for animals, these little kids could pull their cats and dogs by their tails and swing them around. However, once they stretched out their claws to fight back and scratched or bit the children, the owner would beat them up. Or, they would lose their meals for a few days. In Jiao Pa's hometown, there was a saying that went, 3 or 4 years old are disliked by people, 5 or 6 years old are disliked by dogs. This saying was not without reason. Therefore, except for a few children that he was familiar with, Zheng Tan had always been avoiding children of this age. He would not be in a good mood when he saw this kind of children, especially boys. Boys were even more naughty. Therefore, when Zheng Tan arrived at the door and saw the people in the back garden, he immediately turned around and left. Before Zheng Tan took a few steps, Tong Qing suddenly spoke. Black Charcoal, you need to go to the bathroom, right? Come, I'll take you there. Tong Qing waved at Zheng Tan, indicating that Zheng Tan should follow him. Zheng Tan was puzzled. When did he show that he wanted to pee or poop? However, going to the bathroom was not a bad idea. If he really wanted to poop, he could still poop. Zheng Tan was prepared to find a flower bed to relieve himself if he needed to pee and could not find a bathroom. Tong Qing thought that he would need to spend some time talking, but he did not expect that the cat would really follow him. When they arrived at the bathroom, Tongqing closed the door and locked it after seeing the cat come in. The bathroom was soundproof, so even if they talked about something confidential, they did not have to worry about it being overheard by people outside. This was what the assistant had told Tongqing. Ever since he came into contact with the black cat, Tongqing felt all kinds of strange and subversive feelings. As a pet, it should act like a pet. For example, the puppy just now, even if it was a lion-headed mastiff, it was still just a pet. Moreover, it was so small now. Other than its name and some commands that appeared more frequently, it did not understand anything else. When the people next to it talked, it played by itself, praised it, or belittled it, but it was indifferent and still chewed on the branches happily. But what about the cat in front of him? If you scolded it, it would stare at you for a long time, making you feel uncomfortable. Tongqing really did not understand. Could it be that all cats were like this? Strange, unpredictable, and occasionally revealing a bit of evil? Perhaps this was why many people did not like cats. No matter what, Tongqing just needed to follow his boss's instructions and pass on the message. After closing the door, Tongqing turned around and prepared to pass on the message. But when Tongqing turned around, he swallowed the words that he was about to say. On the toilet, the black cat was squatting on the edge, peeing inside. After it was done, it shook twice comfortably, and then pressed the button to flush the toilet. It jumped onto the sink to wash its paws and took a piece of tissue to wipe its fur. Next to the sink was the hand dryer. The black cat stood on the edge of the sink and put its paws on the hand dryer. After drying, it looked at the mirror and brushed the short fur on its head. Tongqing was speechless. His view of cats was subverted again. Chapter 128. Since it was someone arranged by Feng Xiaokong, Zheng Tan didn't plan to hide too much. Moreover, according to Feng Xiaokong, there would be more opportunities to interact with this person in the future. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Therefore, Zheng Tan didn't want to deliberately act like an ordinary cat in front of Tongqing. When he was brushing the short fur on his head, Zheng Tan observed Tongqing's expression in the mirror. This person was usually too quiet and didn't say anything. However, the change in his expression just now made Zheng Tan laugh. Fortunately, Tongqing's heart was strong enough, so he didn't have too much psychological trauma like Ranqi. After a while he recovered. After Zheng Tan finished looking in the mirror, he turned around and looked at Tongqing, waiting for him to continue. Zheng Tan wasn't stupid. From the moment he entered the toilet, he had been paying attention to Tongqing's movements. It seemed that the third Master Feng had something to tell him. Tongqing took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although it was a bit awkward to take a deep breath in a place like the toilet, it was nothing compared to the shock just now. The black cat in front of him was squatting on the sink and looking at him calmly. It seemed to know that he had something to say. Tongqing took another deep breath and prepared himself mentally. Then he said, "The kid in the backyard is called Lu Yao. He is Mr. Lu's son. The boss said that if you play with the kid, you might be able to get a big deal for your cat dad's company." Zheng Tan listened to Tongqing's words and pondered. His tail, which was originally tucked into his paws, began to unconsciously shake twice. That Mr. Lu? Zheng Tan recalled that when he was upstairs, although he didn't hear much of the conversation, he could still distinguish a few people. The Mr. Lu mentioned by Tongqing was the owner of the puppy, and he didn't mean any harm to him. Since it was related to him, Zheng Tan had to think more. Jiaopa and Yuanzi's company. Zheng Tan had never been to their company. It was said that it was slowly growing and wasn't as difficult as it was at the beginning. However, in Chuhua City, it was still an unknown small company. Its reputation was limited to a few universities and a few companies that had business dealings with them. It was far from the businesses of the big shots he met today. If he could help with a big deal, Jiaopa could get more dividends, and the Jiao family could have more savings. This would determine the quality of his life in the future. As he spoke, he observed the cat in front of him. He saw that the black cat in front of him had its head slightly lowered, but its ears were erect and the tip of its tail was moving rhythmically. It looked like it was thinking of something. What a strange cat. No wonder the boss told them to get straight to the point, and not to care about anything else. Other than telling Zheng Tan that he could indirectly attract business, Tongqing also analyzed the factors behind it with Zheng Tan according to Fang Xiaokong's idea. Businessmen like old Lu were all very smart. Even if they could do business in theory, why would they give a big deal to a small company that they didn't know? The key was the child in the backyard. Although old Lu was almost 40 years old, he only had one son, who was only 6 years old. It was just that old Lu didn't know that he had a son when he was out and about. Lu Yao's mother just sent the child to him last year. Because she was short of money, she exchanged her son for some money and left. Due to the low sperm survival rate, even though old Lu had been receiving treatment, physical therapy and psychotherapy had no effect. He thought of many ways but still couldn't create a human. He didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. After the DNA test was confirmed to be his, old Lu was excited and treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Unfortunately, probably because of Lu Yao's unreliable mother, the child's personality was a little gloomy. He didn't talk much and didn't like to communicate with people. Even animals avoided him when they saw him. Why did old Lu give away the iron-wrapped golden Tibetan Mastiff that he worked so hard to get? It was because the Tibetan Mastiff avoided Lu Yao or growled in warning. It was true that old Lu liked dogs, but his son was more important. Moreover, he had only had one son for so many years, and he treasured him a lot. He couldn't let his son be unhappy because of a dog, so he gave the iron bag gold to someone else and got this lion-head red mastiff. After Tongqing finished speaking, Zheng Tan's first thought was that Fang Xiaokong even knew about Fang Xiaokong's secret. He couldn't help but sigh at Fang Xiaokong's methods. His second thought was, damn, do I have to sacrifice my body to please this naughty kid? Will he pluck my hair, pull my tail, and scratch my ears? If that was the case, Zheng Tan wouldn't go there even if he was beaten to death. Anyway, Yuan Zi's company wouldn't go bankrupt because of the lack of such a potential big customer. At the door, there was an intermittent sound of scratching the door. It was the dog that was locked outside. It didn't whine because it was wronged or unhappy like other dogs. It directly expressed its will with actions, scratching and biting the door. The people that old Lu sent to look after the dog were embarrassed. This dog was so King embarrassing. How could it be a Tibetan Mastiff? Seeing that it was scratching the door, they dragged the dog back. But not long after, the dog went to the door and started scratching again. It kept going back and forth, not giving up. Old Lu's subordinates couldn't help but want to kick the dog. Seeing that the dog continued to run to the toilet door, old Lu's subordinates were about to drag the dog away again. This little guy, except for old Lu, would bite others. So they couldn't hurt the dog, but they also had to prevent themselves from being bitten by the dog. It wasn't easy being a subordinate. Just as this person bent down to find a better angle to drag the dog away, the toilet door opened. Then Tongqing, who was standing inside, looked at the person at the door as if he was looking at a pervert. Old Lu's subordinates couldn't help but want to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. With this posture, people who didn't know better would think that they had some weird habit of staring at the toilet. Tongqing listened to the man's explanation expressionlessly. He didn't express any opinions and followed the black cat that had already walked to the backyard. Old Lu's subordinates didn't know if the other party listened to his explanation, but he didn't think too much about it, because the dog had already run away with the other party. Zheng Tan came to the backyard. The child named Lu Yao was still playing with the toy car alone as before. When he noticed that a stranger had walked into the backyard, he raised his head and glanced at Zheng Tan. His gaze lingered on Zheng Tan for 2 more seconds, and then he continued to focus on the toy car. Even though the child had only looked at her for a short while, Zheng Tan could still tell that something was wrong from that glance. Gloomy was gloomy, and there was also a hint of hostility. Perhaps it was because of this gloomy and hostile aura that some more sensitive animals avoided Lu Yao. Zheng Tan had seen Exian and the others who had just finished an autopsy experiment. The few cats and pet dogs around them avoided them when they saw them. Zheng Tan thought that those who didn't run away were all thick-skinned and didn't notice the faint coldness that had yet to dissipate. It was just like when the Jiaopa taught Zheng Tan how to kill rats. Old Lu's ironclad Tibetan Mastiff should have also noticed the gloomy and hostile aura around the child, so it was wary of him. As for the lion-headed Mastiff now, it seemed to belong to the thick-skinned type. People who knew dogs well would definitely be able to tell whether the ironclad Tibetan Mastiff or the lion-headed Mastiff was better or worse. Just because it looked good didn't mean that everything was good. Even the lion-headed Mastiff had this kind of stupid dog. But at the same time, it was precisely because of this that the lion-headed Mastiff was kept until now. Although it didn't appear to be very close to the child, as long as it could occasionally play with the child, it would be fine. If it was like the previous ironclad Tibetan Mastiff, it wouldn't be far from being abandoned. Other than its appearance, the current lion-headed Mastiff probably couldn't compare to the ironclad Tibetan Mastiff that old Lou had before. However, the paparazzo was still young, and it was hard to say what it would become in the future. It was said that Tibetan Mastiffs only recognize one master in their lifetime, and the puppy had just been brought here not long ago. It was just unknown whether this paparazzo would recognize old Lou or little Lou as its master in the future. A Tibetan Mastiff like this one didn't grow up in the highlands, and didn't have much exposure to the wild. It was a pet dog in a big city, and played with people all day long. How much fighting power would it have in the end? Who cares? As long as it could guard against thieves and protect people, it was a good dog. Its fighting power was weak, and its intelligence was just a little bit lower. Zheng Tan didn't have the time to worry about that. Not far from Lu Yao stood a very gentle-looking young woman. She should be old Lu's current wife. No matter what the woman really thought of Lu Yao, she had to pretend to be a kind mother in front of others. Occasionally, this Mrs. Lu would remind Lu Yao to be careful not to be scratched by the branches around him, or ask if he was cold. Lu Yao didn't respond, as if he didn't hear anything, and continued to control his toy car with the remote control. Seeing Tong Qing and Zheng Tan enter the yard, Mrs. Lu only glanced at them in surprise, and then her gaze fell on the person behind Tong Qing. One of old Lu's subordinates walked over and explained in a low voice. Mrs. Lu nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. In fact, Mrs. Lu was quite impatient. At this time, she should be at the front lawn interacting with the other women. That way, she could increase her popularity in the circle. But Lu Yao was here, and thinking of old Lu's instructions, she couldn't just leave Lu Yao. She stood there with a smile on her face, and asked about Lu Yao's well-being. Lu Yao controlled the toy car to hit her feet. Even if it hurt, she couldn't say anything. Seeing people in the backyard, Mrs. Lu moved her stiff legs, smiled at the puppy and shouted, "Steamed Bun, come here." Steamed Bun? Zheng Tan looked at the puppy. Who came up with this name? It was okay when it was young, but now that it had grown up, it was powerful and domineering. It was so embarrassing to be called Steamed Bun by an acquaintance on the street. No matter how powerful it was, this name made it seem small and delicate. Look at Monseigneur. It sounded much more high-end. Some people who studied this topic could probably write a thesis on this topic, such as the importance of names. As for Steamed Bun, who had just picked up a branch to grind his teeth, he turned his head when he heard someone calling him. He was still chewing on the branch in his mouth. He looked at Mrs. Lu for 2 seconds, then turned his head back and continued chewing on the branch seriously. Zheng Tan was looking at Mrs. Lu's stiff smile with great interest when he suddenly heard the sound of a rapidly approaching car. Lu Yao's toy car was heading towards Zheng Tan. Tong Qing was just about to make a move, but when he thought of the situation at the long table outside, he stopped. Zheng Tan didn't panic at the approaching toy car. He raised his paw and prepared to stop it. With his ability, it was more than enough to deal with a toy car. But he didn't expect the toy car to suddenly stop not too far away from him. Could it be that this brat just wanted to scare him? Zheng Tan guessed. If that was really the case, this brat wasn't too bad. Lu Yao looked in that direction with confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why this cat was different from other cats. If other cats saw the toy car drive by, they would jump away or run away from it. But the black cat not far away just calmly raised a paw, and didn't seem to be afraid at all. The toy car didn't stop for long before it continued to run and circled around Zheng Tan. It wasn't fast, and it continued to circle around him. Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. This brat was clearly targeting him. He didn't even have to take the initiative to go over. The brat's hand had already reached over. Sure enough, brats were brats. Even if they didn't talk much, were silent, and were a little gloomy, they were still brats. Sometimes they didn't talk about principles and reason with you. The puppy, who had been gnawing on the tree branch excitedly, slowed down its gnawing speed and looked curiously in Zheng Tan's direction. As for the people standing around, they all had their own thoughts. Some thought that the black cat was definitely unlucky. Some thought that it wasn't good for their young master to be like this. Even if you want to hit a cat, you have to look at its owner first. There were also some people who had seen the black cat slap the offspring of the litter cat. They were nervous and afraid that the cat would go crazy and hurt people. If Lu Yao was slightly injured, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Deducting their wages would be considered a light punishment. Zheng Tan was quite calm. He slowly swung his tail twice and looked at the toy car that was circling around in front of him. He suddenly felt playful. He didn't listen to Tong Qing's instructions and looked for an opportunity to jump towards the toy car. Zheng Tan spent a lot of time with little Pomelo in the Jiao family. Little Pomelo didn't have this kind of toy car. She had more dolls. Jiao Yuan felt that he had grown up. This kind of toy car was for children to play with. If he wanted to play with it, he would play with guns. Besides, Zheng Tan saw that a lot of effort was put into the design of this toy car. It was definitely not cheap. Jiao family wouldn't spend a lot of money on this kind of toy. Zheng Tan had played with similar toys in his memory, but at that time he was still human. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a little nostalgic. The quality of this toy car was good. It looked small in the eyes of a normal person, but to Zheng Tan this car's size was okay. He could still squat on it. However, because Zheng Tan suddenly jumped on the toy car, the running car stopped. The zzz sound was still coming out, proving that the motor was still working. Zheng Tan wasn't very satisfied. How could it not run with such a little weight? From the looks of it, this toy car couldn't possibly be unable to withstand the weight of his 10 kilograms. But soon, Zheng Tan felt the change in the toy car. Then the toy car carrying Zheng Tan slowly started to move. Chapter 129. Zheng Tan squatted on the toy car. Although the car was running, it was much slower than when it was unloaded. Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of being thrown off. According to Zheng Tan's thoughts, of course, he wanted the toy car to run faster. That would be fun and exciting. However, he couldn't ask for too much. It was good enough that he could play with it. Just as Zheng Tan thought, Lu Yao didn't really want to hit him with the toy car. He was probably just curious. Moreover, this child was definitely not naive. At least mentally, he was a bit more mature than other children his age. This probably had something to do with his previous experience. Zheng Tan sat steadily on the toy car and kept his tail close to his side so that he wouldn't be hit by the toy car or the branches that stretched out from the flower bed. The backyard was quite clean. There were only some leaves that had been blown by the wind. The branches were pulled over by Lu Yao or picked up by steamed bun from the flower bed next to it. Overall, there weren't too many obstacles, and the toy car was running smoothly. Lu Yao was also very familiar with controlling the toy car. After running 2 laps, it didn't touch the flower pots on the ground, and there were no accidents. Steamed bun, who had been chewing on the branch, looked at it for a while before spitting it out and running happily towards Zheng Tan. He ran and jumped behind the toy car. After running a few steps, he stopped, lowered his body, stuck out his butt, and called out at the toy car. Even if he didn't make a sound, he would stretch out his paws and scratch the air a few times. He grinned and had fun. Tong Qing carefully observed Lu Yao. Compared to before, the gloominess in the child's eyes was much less. It was like a gloomy sky suddenly turning cloudy. This was a good sign. No wonder the boss wanted this cat to come over. Tong Qing couldn't help but sigh. It was easy for people to be wary of each other, especially children like Lu Yao who had experienced some things with his mother. He was very wary of people and rejected strangers. Even people he knew were hard to get close to. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yao didn't go to the front lawn and play with the other children at the buffet table. It wasn't just Lu Yao. If Feng Xiaokong sent a child of the same age to approach Lu Yao, old Lu's people would more or less be suspicious and wary. Everyone knew that old Lu treated Lu Yao like a treasure. Since it wasn't easy to start with old Lu, they would look for the younger one. However, animals were different. Even old Lu and his subordinates probably wouldn't think that this cat had come here with some ulterior motives. What could a cat do? Even if it could fight and had great strength, in the end, wasn't it still a cat? The toy car drove Zhengtan around the yard. Someone had set up a plastic track in the yard. The toy car could run on it, and Zhengtan could barely run on it. It was just that it took a little effort to climb the hill. But if you add a steamed bun to the two, steamed bun looked at the toy car that carried Zhengtan to the plastic track. It wagged its tail and followed behind it. With its size, it was a little cramped on the plastic track. However, after taking 2 steps, it didn't see any abnormalities. Its courage grew, and it sped up to chase after the toy car and the black cat in front of it. Zhengtan sat in the toy car. When it drove onto the plastic track, he turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that steamed bun was also following, he was worried that the track would be overloaded. However, when he saw that the track didn't shake or collapse, he was relieved. However, just as Zhengtan was relieved, he saw steamed bun running over. Not only did it run, it even jumped twice as it ran. Ka! A section of the track collapsed, and steamed bun fell to the ground. The plastic track was only about 10 centimeters high, so it wouldn't be injured. When it fell, steamed bun's chin hit the part of the track that didn't collapse. After it fell to the ground, it shook its head, raised its paws, and rubbed its mouth. Then, it continued to follow the toy car as if nothing had happened. However, this time it didn't jump onto the track. It followed on the ground, or ran to the front, and put its chin on the edge of the track to look at the toy car. As the plastic track had collapsed in the middle, Old Lu's subordinates looked at it, and couldn't put it back together. This time, they didn't bring any spare parts, so they couldn't build another track. Fortunately, Lu Yao didn't intend to let the toy car continue to use the track. He just controlled the toy car and drove the black cat around the yard. Zhengtan squatted in the toy car and pondered. A car was indeed a good tool. When he was still a human, he liked to drive around when he was depressed. Just like how many people ran to vent their frustrations, Zhengtan always liked to drive. However, now that he had become a cat, could he still have his own car? It was difficult. Even if he had a toy car that belonged to him, even if the car was one size bigger, as long as the control was in someone else's hands, Zhengtan always felt uncomfortable. It was as if his fate was in someone else's hands. However, even if Zhengtan was given a control lever, Zhengtan might not be able to control it flexibly. A cat's palm was only so big, and its claws and meatballs were not as flexible as a human's fingers. Zhengtan raised his head 45 degrees, and pretended to be sad. Unfortunately, steamed bun next to him couldn't understand Zhengtan's feelings at all. This guy was having fun. The ignorant were fearless and carefree. In layman's terms, dumb dogs were having a lot of fun. Zhengtan saw that steamed bun was having fun and stretched out his paw to slap it. Of course, this slap was definitely not as strong as when he slapped the cat. It was much more restrained, just like when he was playing with the cats and dogs in the yard. With this slap, a few strands of dog fur were hooked off. However, steamed bun had a lot of fur, so it didn't seem to mind losing a few strands. It also didn't seem to feel much pain. Instead, it played even more happily. Zhengtan felt that he didn't know how to get along with this naughty kid anyway, so he squatted in the toy car to kill time. Occasionally he could think about his worries. When he was unhappy, he would slap steamed bun a few times. When the toy car drove past the flower beds and decorative flower pots, it would hook its paw at the flowers and plants to destroy them. Sometimes it would also fish out a thin branch from the flower beds, bend its paw to hold it, and hit steamed bun. For dogs like steamed bun, playing, biting, fighting, and other activities could strengthen their neck muscles and make their bodies strong. In the future, Old Lu would probably train them accordingly. However, steamed bun was already so active and a little silly. What would it be like in the future? He would probably be like Ah Huang, who looked serious but had the heart of a fool. When Old Lu took some time to check on his son, he was happy to see his son's expression. It was rare to see his son in a good mood. Old Lu learned the whole story from his subordinates. Previously, he was still hesitating whether to send steamed bun away, but now he decided to let it stay. Looking at the situation at the moment, even if steamed bun wasn't very smart and wasn't as flexible as other dogs, at least it could play with his baby son, which was enough to prove its value. As for other people's opinions and ridicule, Old Lu sneered in his heart. Compared to his son, they were nothing. Steamed Bun, who was playing with the toy car in the yard, didn't know that its behavior would make Old Lu change his mind. The city's dog management regulations didn't have much binding significance for people like Old Lu. Following Old Lu, at least, could make Steamed Bun better in the reinforced concrete metropolis. Finally, it was time for lunch. The pets' dining table was arranged separately, and there were also people sent by each family to take care of them. The cats and dogs were separated. Zheng Tan didn't join the cats. He didn't want to join in the fun. He stayed outside and found a place to eat with Tong Qing. Feng Xiaokong sent someone to deliver food, and Zheng Tan just waited to eat. When he came over just now, he saw the serval's descendant that he had slapped. That guy saw Zheng Tan from afar and avoided him. Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it. If the cat didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend the cat. The man and the cat ate slowly outside. When Zheng Tan was almost done eating, he saw two people coming out of the villa. One was Zhao Le, and the other was a young man he had seen on the second floor before. He seemed to be called Wang Bin. Looking at the way Zhao Le and Wang Bin got along, the two should be quite familiar with each other. Zheng Tan wondered if he should go and listen to the gossip. Zhao Le had already seen Zheng Tan and was coming over. After finding a wooden stool to sit down, Zhao Le asked Tong Qing some questions about Zheng Tan's meals. The food that Feng Xiaokong sent over was almost finished, so Tong Qing couldn't tell what he had eaten. Tong Qing gave a simple answer. Seeing that the two of them probably had something to talk about, he stood up and walked away. It wasn't good to leave, because Zheng Tan was still in the same place. Zheng Tan thought he could hear some gossip, but the two of them didn't seem to be like what Zheng Tan thought. They were familiar with each other, but unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of interest in each other. The two of them talked about topics ranging from Zheng Tan, the cat, to Wang Bin being sent to the grassroots to train, and then to Wang Bin's younger brother, Air Mao. However, when the two of them talked about Air Mao, their tone was full of helplessness. Zheng Tan wondered what kind of person Air Mao was to be able to make Wang Bin and Zhao Le treat him like this. After lunch, many people left. They were all busy people, so how could they have the time to stay here and relax? Usually many people like to have dinner parties. Feng Xiaokong was a relatively different person. When Zhao Lu asked why he arranged lunch, but not dinner parties, Third Master Feng yawned. Early to bed and early to rise. It's good for your health. Zhao Lu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Of course, not everyone left. Some people just happened to have time and stayed for a while, such as Old Lu. They would continue to chat with Feng Xiaokong. Zheng Tan stayed there to play with Lu Yao and Steamed Bun for a while before going home. He didn't know what Feng Xiaokong said to Old Lu, but one day, when Zheng Tan was lying on the sofa at home watching TV, he heard the Jiaopa talking to Yuan Ziyi on the phone. They talked about this big client, Boss Lu, who had suddenly arrived. Only then did Zheng Tan know that this matter was really done. The Jiaopa and Yuan Ziyi also learned some of the reasons from Feng Xiaokong. Yuan Ziyi specially bought a bunch of food, some for the two children, and some for Zheng Tan. Before coming, Yuan Ziyi also burned 3 incense sticks in front of the black Maneki Nico in the office. It was unknown who taught him this. If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would have been interested in the food. But now Zheng Tan's mind wasn't on it. It was fine before he came into contact with the toy car. After coming into contact with it, Zheng Tan kept thinking about it in his heart. There were a few days when he dreamed of driving the car for a spin. He didn't sit in someone else's car, nor did he sit in the basket of little Pomelo's bicycle. Instead, he was driving his own car. Therefore, Zheng Tan spent the past few days thinking about how to get a car that was suitable for his current cat-like appearance. Who should he look for? Should he look for the third Master Feng again? Even if he looked for him, he couldn't say it out loud. How could he express his thoughts? Should he send an email or text to Feng San and say, "Feng San, I'm black charcoal. Hurry up and get a car for me?" It didn't seem reliable. Chapter 130. The car couldn't be rushed either. How should he live his life? He still lived his life the same way. Zheng Tan felt bored and played with the cats in the east courtyard or went out for a walk. Occasionally he would go out with Celestine to reduce stress. During this time, Feng Xiaokong came over twice. Both times, Tongqing drove him here. He didn't stay for long. He just dropped by to take a look. However, even though Fang Xiaokong didn't stay for long, Zheng Tan learned some things from Fang Xiaokong. For example, Yuan Ziyi and the others had successfully made friends with Old Lu, a big client. Old Lu's son, Lu Yao, liked to control the toy car at home to play with the dog. Although Zheng Tan wasn't there, Steamed Bun seemed to be interested in the toy car. Every time Lu Yao controlled the toy car to play outside, Steamed Bun would follow the toy car. It would only be distracted occasionally. After all, there wasn't a cat in the toy car to play with it. Old Lu also suggested to Fang Xiaokong that he should bring Zheng Tan over to play. Unfortunately, Fang Xiaokong was very busy recently and didn't have time. He only briefly mentioned it to the Jiaopa. It was a precautionary measure. In the future, Fang Xiaokong might really come over to play with the cat. The temperature in Chuhua City in November wasn't too low. Recently, the weather had been good. Zheng Tan liked to go out for a walk or find a place to lie down and bask in the sun. This afternoon, Zheng Tan walked out of the east courtyard. Feeling the warmth of the sun, he walked along a small path. The path didn't lead to the teaching area or the dormitory area. There were more old houses there, and the school didn't seem to plan to move that area in the past 2 years. At least, Zheng Tan hadn't noticed any big movements there. It wasn't as noisy as when the houses near the side door were demolished to build the dormitory. A few birds of unknown species walked around on the grass, pecking at the grass. They were probably looking for food. After seeing Zheng Tan, the timid and cautious ones had already flown up or jumped away, while the bold ones remained in place. However, they still maintained their vigilance. As long as Zheng Tan approached, they would definitely fly away. Zheng Tan was not in the mood to catch the birds. If it were Huang or the sheriff, they would probably be interested in them. Anyway, Zheng Tan was not in the mood to catch birds. As for Depang, that guy had started to put on weight again. Depang's grandmother was probably worried when she saw Depang like that. Every time she went out, she would bring Depang with her so that he could move around more. The so-called moving around more was just taking a few slow steps. The grandmother was old, so she didn't walk fast. Depang didn't feel tired when he followed her. It was said that at the place where the old lady was learning how to sing koan opera, someone used something to tease Depang. However, Depang did not give them any face, so it was impossible for him to move. When he was annoyed, he would jump to a high place and lie down to sleep. It looked like he was too lazy to push. While thinking and walking, Zheng Tan found a good place to bask in the sun. He jumped onto the roof of a one-story old tiled house and found a comfortable place to lie down and bask in the sun. After jumping up, Zheng Tan found that there were other cats on several old tiled houses similar to this one. They were all lying there lazily, basking in the sun. After seeing Zheng Tan, 2 of them curiously observed Zheng Tan for a while. Then, they probably felt that Zheng Tan was not a threat, so they became sleepy and continued to sleep with their eyes closed. Although these cats seemed to be too lazy to move, as long as there was any abnormal movement, they would immediately react. When they heard footsteps that belonged to a person running, a few cats that were closer to the roof immediately opened their eyes and looked in that direction. They guessed that very few people came here, so their reactions were slightly bigger. The cats that were further away just moved their ears or squinted their eyes lazily to look in that direction. When they found that nothing was wrong, they yawned, changed their position, and continued to sleep. The old tiled house Zheng Tan stayed in was closer to the small path. When he heard the footsteps, he didn't want to look, but he felt that the footsteps were familiar, so he opened his eyes and looked down. With this look, it really made Zheng Tan endlessly shocked. Jiawei. Today was Monday. If he remembered correctly, this guy had classes on Monday afternoon. Zheng Tan remembered it so clearly because one time when they were eating at a small restaurant, Jiao Wei and his roommates happened to be there. Zheng Tan heard Jiao Wei and his classmates talking about Monday syndrome. They had classes all day on Monday, and most of them were compulsory classes. With Jiao Wei's personality, skipping compulsory classes and skipping elective classes was something that shouldn't have happened to him. But now this guy had classes in the afternoon, so what was he doing here? She remembered that at the beginning of the semester, before classes started, Jiao Wei would go to the second and third year classes all day long. When there were no classes, he would go to the library. How could he not attend classes when there were classes? Could it be that the classes were cancelled? But even if the classes were cancelled, according to Jiao Wei's habits, if he wasn't helping out at the small restaurant, he would go to the library or study room. Why would he come to this remote place? And it seemed like he was in a hurry. Zheng Tan's curiosity was piqued again. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Zheng Tan jumped down from the green-tiled house and followed Jiao Wei. This time, he didn't take the small path so that Jiao Wei wouldn't notice him. Jiao Wei ran further inside. There were no people around, and there weren't many people. Compared to the sports field, it was much quieter. In this environment, Jiao Wei's running footsteps were very abrupt. However, soon, Zheng Tan heard other sounds coming from the air. They were getting closer and closer. While Zheng Tan was paying attention to the top, he also noticed that Jiao Wei's footsteps had stopped. In order to avoid being discovered, Zheng Tan immediately jumped into the bushes next to him. There were a few birds looking for food in a pile of leaves and bushes. When they saw Zheng Tan suddenly running over, they were scared and quickly flew up. But just as these frightened birds flew into the air in a panic, a flying object in the air happened to be coming this way. For the birds that suddenly flew from below, the flying object dodged. Zheng Tan saw the flying object in the air clearly. It was a remote control plane, but it didn't look very good. Probably because it happened suddenly, the pilot of the remote control plane made a mistake. The remote control plane directly crashed into a tall sycamore tree. Although it was autumn now, due to the temperature, some of the leaves of these sycamore trees were still green. Even the yellow leaves didn't fall much. The branches were still lush. After the remote control plane fell, it got stuck. The propeller turned a few times, but it was useless. Another remote control plane passed by in the air and flew away. Soon, in the direction where the remote control plane flew, a person with a remote control in his hand ran over. Seeing that he also knew Jiao Wei, after the two of them talked for a while, Jiao Wei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to help the person get the remote control plane down. Hearing the two of them, although they didn't say much, Zheng Tan still knew from their conversation that the reason Jiao Wei skipped class was related to this person. Or rather, it was related to these people. And the gathering place was nearby. Zheng Tan didn't stay to see how they got the plane from the tree. He ran in the direction that the person came from. After running a little distance, Zheng Tan heard the sound of people. There was no need to look around randomly. There shouldn't be anyone around. Now that he heard the sound of people, and it was the sound of multiple people, Jiao Wei's destination was probably over there. Following the sound, Zheng Tan saw a building that he didn't know used to be a cafeteria or a warehouse. It was also the style of an old tiled house, but it was a little taller. It was 2 stories high, and the area was a little bigger. From the outside, it looked a little old. Moreover, from the outside, many people would definitely classify it as a dangerous house. There were many old houses like this in Tsinghua University. Those old houses that were reused after being rebuilt had some historical significance to the university. Zheng Tan once saw a group of middle-aged and old people walking around the university. It was probably some kind of activity organized by the university. Those people were all students or teachers from Tsinghua University. There were many white-haired old men and women. When they saw the familiar buildings in the university, they would take photos as a souvenir. At the same time, they also reminisced about the past when they were studying or teaching. There was no lack of rich and powerful people among these people. Even if it was for them, the university would spend a lot of effort to rebuild those old houses. As for the other old houses that didn't have much significance, they would directly tear them down and rebuild them. Zheng Tan had never heard of any historical significance to the building in front of him. However, Zheng Tan wasn't familiar with the old houses in the university. Even if there was a historical significance, he wouldn't completely understand it. When Zheng Tan used to walk around the university, he had passed by this old tiled house before. There were some barriers around it, and it looked like it was under construction. When he passed by it, he heard some noises coming from inside. However, at that time, Zheng Tan didn't pay too much attention to it. He also didn't climb in to take a look. Now, it seemed that there might be some secret hidden in this old building. After climbing over the fence, Zheng Tan found that some of the windows at the bottom were open. Although Zheng Tan couldn't see the movements of the people inside from his angle, he could tell that it was quite lively inside from the sounds he heard. There was also a rustling sound, which was similar to the sound of Lu Yao's toy car running. Could it be that Jiao Wei came here just to play with this kind of remote control toy? If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would definitely think that these people were very childish. But now, Zheng Tan was interested in the remote control car, so he didn't think too much about it. He went to a window in the corner. From the sounds, there was no one there. Jumping on the windowsill, Zheng Tan carefully looked inside. The person closest to the window where Zheng Tan was standing was a young man in his early 20s. He crossed his legs and sat on a wooden stool with peeling paint. His back was against the wall, and he was holding a Rubik's Cube in his hand. What surprised Zheng Tan the most was that this person's eyes weren't on the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Zheng Tan didn't know where he was looking. If he didn't see the Rubik's Cube in his hand first, Zheng Tan would have thought that this person was thinking about something else. Zheng Tan watched this person restore the color of the cube in a very short period of time, then scramble it, restore it, and scramble it again. During the whole process, this person didn't even look at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. "Brother Cheng, there's a problem with the wheel. It's hanging on a tree. Let's wait for another 10 minutes. A person came over and said to the person playing with the Rubik's Cube. Seeing that the person playing with the Rubik's Cube nodded, the person left. Chapter 131. 10 minutes later, Jiao Wei and the person who took the airplane model from the tree came together. The person who was playing with the Rubik's Cube put the restored six-sided Rubik's Cube on the wooden shelf next to him. The wooden shelf was very old and had many scratches on it. The legs of the shelf were also cut. This shelf and some similar tables and chairs in this building had been repaired to varying degrees. The repaired places were much newer than the original places, but they were also worn out. It seemed that this place was frequented by people. Since everyone is here, let's start. Senior Cheng stood up and said. Zheng Tan stood by the window and looked at the people taking out model cars one after another. There were some differences in their appearances. Some looked like miniature sports cars and were very exquisite. Some looked like miniature off-road vehicles. There were also some that looked like unfinished products with incomplete shells or no shells at all. Some of the parts inside were exposed. These people were really playing with toy cars. Zheng Tan didn't have time to look down on them. To be honest, Zheng Tan was jealous because he didn't even have a toy car now. There were several circular runways in the cleared field. Each circular runway was different. Some were flat, some were sprinkled with sand, and some had small stones thrown inside. Moreover, some of the circular runways were sloped, as if to simulate different road conditions. There were other tracks, but Zheng Tan didn't have time to observe, because several people had already put their toy cars on the flat track. After the countdown, the 4 miniature sports cars started running. The 4 cars were running very fast. Compared to Lu Yao, the drivers here were much better. It was probably because of their age, but it was also because these people were veterans. Staring at the cars on the track for a while, Zheng Tan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he realized that it was too quiet. Lu Yao was a silent and bad-tempered brat, and the people here didn't seem like introverts. Just now, Zheng Tan heard them bragging and chatting. But now, when it should be noisy to liven things up, it was strangely quiet. Of course, the sound of the car running was the clearest. There were no cheers or cheers as Zheng Tan had expected. Could it be that all older children looked like this when they played with toy cars? Why didn't they shout excitedly like a child? Zheng Tan shifted his attention from the running car to the people standing on the side of the track. The 4 people controlling the toy car stood there, their expressions changing as the car moved. They were either nervous, excited, or annoyed, but none of them made a sound. As for Jiao Wei, he was the same as the others. He was looking at the running toy cars on the track with a notebook in his hand. A few steps away from them, someone was staring at the device on the table. Zheng Tan had no idea what it was for. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Tan heard senior brother Cheng yell, "Stop!" Only then did the 4 cars stop. Finally, after 10 minutes of silence in the sports car, it became noisy again. It was quite intense, much livelier than before. However, Zheng Tan heard very little about the speed and ranking of the cars. These people were talking about coefficients and equations. Zheng Tan didn't understand some of the theoretical and technical things. Even when he saw the data on the pages in their hands, Zheng Tan felt like he was reading a heavenly book. It seemed that these people weren't playing with toys. Instead, they were going deeper into the research. Jiao Wei was probably a newcomer, so he didn't talk much. Most of the time, he was taking notes and listening to other people's explanations and suggestions. When he raised his head and was about to talk to someone, he suddenly saw the black cat standing by the window in the corner. It was craning its neck to look at them. Jiao Wei. He didn't even need to look at it closely or call out its name. He could recognize the cat at a glance. Why was it here? Jiao Wei suddenly had a bad feeling. The people next to Jiao Wei noticed him and looked over. They also saw Zheng Tan. Another cat is looking at our sports car, said the person. Again? Jiao Wei looked at the people around him, puzzled. He thought that these people would be surprised. He didn't expect most of them to be so calm. Well, the surrounding houses are all old. There aren't many people living here now. There are often cats wandering around. Occasionally, curious cats will come over, but not many. After all, most cats are quite timid, explained the person. Because of this, when people saw Zheng Tan squatting by the window and looking at them, no one was surprised. But this cat was different. Jiao Wei muttered to himself. Since he was already discovered, Zheng Tan didn't hide anymore. However, he didn't jump in either. He moved closer to the window and continued to watch. These people had run a few rounds. Every round, the car model was different, and the track was different as well. Even though they talked about the results after the race, most of them talked about the technical aspects of the race. Zheng Tan was a complete amateur. When Zheng Tan was still a human, someone gave him a car model when he bought a car. He kept it as a toy. That kind of thing, many people kept it as a collection. Most people still thought that people who used remote controls to drive toy cars outside were children. At least, that was what Zheng Tan thought. Zheng Tan didn't know how much progress car models would make in a few years. He didn't spend much effort to understand. However, seeing these people play with model cars, he was very interested. After that day, Zheng Tan often came to this area in the afternoon. He would sunbathe on a low-tiled house not far from the old house. When he heard the noise inside, he would go over to watch. After 2 weeks, Zheng Tan knew that these people would come here every Monday and Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. These people came from different departments. Some were from mechanical engineering, some were from electronic information, some were from mathematical statistics, and some were from physics, chemistry, and other departments. They gathered together because of a common hobby, and the leader of these people was that senior brother Cheng. As for the details, Zheng Tan didn't know. It was too difficult to find out. Every time these people came to the sports car, they would bring some simple and portable equipment. After the race, they would take what they needed to take away. Those that they were too lazy to take away were placed in cardboard boxes on high shelves. When they left, they would close the doors and windows of the building and lock the door. The things left here weren't too valuable, so they weren't worried. These people also learned about Zheng Tan's background from Jiao Wei. They knew that he was the cat of a teacher at the Institute of Biological Sciences. They were familiar with Jiao Wei, so every time they saw Zheng Tan watching, they would give him some snacks. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan didn't appreciate it. He glanced at the snacks and didn't look at them anymore. There were also people who wanted to tease Zheng Tan. They played with a rope or threw a tire to attract his attention. Zheng Tan looked at them as if they were idiots, then turned his eyes back to the model cars running on the track. Even if he couldn't get a car, he could at least look at it. After getting familiar with these people, Zheng Tan didn't stay on the windowsill anymore. He went into the house and stood on the high shelf, looking down at the situation below. At 5 o'clock, these people finished and began to pack up. Zheng Tan jumped down from the high shelf and was ready to leave. When he jumped onto the windowsill, Zheng Tan suddenly heard people talking about him. He slowed down. Why do you think a cat would be interested in this kind of toy car? Someone looked at the black cat on the windowsill with its back facing them and asked. Cats are always interested in small moving things. There's nothing strange about it. That's not true. My sister's cat will jump away when it sees this kind of thing. let alone watch from the side. Don't all cats like furry things? There's a pile of hard materials or parts here. My uncle's cat likes to sit on the side and watch my nephew play with the remote control car, but it doesn't get close to it. Hearing these people's discussion, Jiao Wei's mouth twitched. These people were not familiar with the black cat. They looked at him like he was a normal cat, but he knew that the black cat was probably listening to these people's conversation. Didn't you see that the cat's ears were tilting towards him? And the rhythmic twitching of its tail meant that the cat was thinking about something. However, Jiao Wei could not say what he was thinking. Associate Professor Jiao had talked to him before, and Jiao Wei clearly remembered the things to pay attention to when it came to cats, so he could only say it in his heart. After Zheng Tan returned to the Jiao family for dinner, he thought for a while, then decisively ran out. His goal was the old tiled housing area. For the past few days, Zheng Tan's mind had been filled with those running model cars. To be precise, it was the miniaturized cars. Some of the model cars in the hands of those people could no longer be called toys. They were all high-end products full of technical content. Recently, Zheng Tan had been thinking about cars. One day, when he was lying on a tree branch and sunbathing, he heard two college students walking by below talking about car models. His first reaction was car models, not car models. It wasn't until he heard the two college students talking about cool and glamorous girls with hot bodies that Zheng Tan realized that the car models they were talking about were not the car models. Zheng Tan suddenly felt that he was much more pure. When he first heard the word big boobs, his thoughts had gone astray. He looked up at the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Not bad. There were no street lights in the old tiled housing area. There were only a few street lights at the edge of the road. Most of the other areas were dark. The school probably thought that this area would be demolished and rebuilt sooner or later, so there was no need to change the street lights. Zheng Tan was walking along the path to the house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. Suddenly, he felt that he was being followed. Due to the direction of the wind, Zheng Tan could not smell anything unusual. However, Zheng Tan could hear the slight rustling of the grass. Also, based on his intuition, Zheng Tan felt that someone was watching him, but it was not malicious. A black shadow jumped out from the bushes and rushed toward Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was vigilant. He knew the location of the black shadow before it jumped. Seeing that the shadow was rushing over, Zheng Tan jumped away and slapped it a few times. He did not use much strength, just like when cats were playing with each other. Chapter 132. Seeing the sheriff didn't change Zheng Tan's route. After pausing for a while, he went straight to the old tile-roofed house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. The sheriff looked at Zheng Tan, who was walking away, and then looked at the two cats in the grass. He wagged his tail and ran after Zheng Tan. However, the cats in the grass also followed. For these cats, they didn't have a specific destination. They were just there to play. As Sheriff followed Zheng Tan, he would also turn to the side and play with the cats. The sounds of the cats playing attracted more cats to come out to play, and more cats gathered around. This phenomenon wasn't because of a leader. In the cat family, only lions lived in groups. Many people said that cats were more independent. Perhaps it was because of this independence that cats' personalities were formed. Sometimes, their thoughts were different and unpredictable. Of course, cats living in the human world also looked for companions to play with. As for why there wasn't a regional power here, Zheng Tan thought about it. It should be because of the place itself. It wasn't their nest. It was just a place to play. The cats weren't fixed. For example, the sheriff was probably a newcomer. Zheng Tan ignored the cats running around. He walked along the path and paid attention to the old tile-roofed houses around him. He once heard a few of the school's sanitation workers talk about it. Although the school didn't do much in the area of the old tile-roofed houses, they would still send people to clean up after a while. One of the tasks was to clean up stray cats. Once, a worker in charge of cleaning found a litter of kittens in one of the tile-roofed houses. He didn't see the mother cat, so he didn't know what to do. In the end, a sanitation worker brought the litter of kittens home to feed. After that, he didn't hear the mother cat meowing around. He guessed that the mother cat had gone out to look for food. Also, during the time that Zheng Tan wandered around the area, He gradually found that many of the old tile-roofed houses were not empty. In addition to Jiao Wei's group, there were some people who applied for temporary use. They were all student clubs that couldn't find a suitable place. The school encouraged students to be self-reliant and innovative. It also supported many clubs and associations. The old tile-roofed houses were all inspected. Even if they looked dangerous from the outside, they could still be used for a few years if they really wanted to use them. The other houses that were marked couldn't be used. Those were really dangerous houses that were prone to accidents. In this way, with people around, the probability of stray cats settling down here was even lower. Therefore, the cats that came here to play were not the cats that had settled down here, but the cats that lived in the surrounding areas. Some of them were from the west side courtyard, and the one that had been chasing the sheriff the most was one of them. Because of this, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of being besieged by a group of cats. If that really happened, even if Zheng Tan was stronger, the result wouldn't be good. Zheng Tan climbed over the construction fence outside and came to the old tile-roofed house where Jiao Wei's sports car was. He looked around and saw that the door was tightly shut. The door was a kind of thick wooden door that looked a little old. The reason why they didn't use a metal door or a fence door was probably to avoid the suspicion of 300 taels of silver here. After all, the surrounding tile-roofed houses all had wooden doors. Zheng Tan didn't go in through the door. There was a window next to it that didn't have glass in the upper right corner. After Zheng Tan jumped on the windowsill, he climbed in through the broken window. After Zheng Tan, the sheriff climbed in. For cats, climbing through windows wasn't necessarily less than walking through doors. It was easy and very familiar. Although some of the other cats had followed them over, only 2 of them had managed to climb into the house. After the sheriff and the other 2 cats went in, they sniffed around and looked around. Zheng Tan didn't care about them. He jumped on a shelf and found a car model that hadn't been installed yet, as well as a matching remote control. The sheriff didn't understand what Zheng Tan was doing. When he saw Zheng Tan put the car model on the track, he went over and sniffed it. He raised his paws and patted it, but found it boring. He was about to leave to find something fun when he suddenly heard the car model make a sound. He was so scared that he arched his back and jumped back. But soon, when he saw the car model start running on the track, he became bold and followed beside the track. Zheng Tan used his paws to press on the remote control. It was a little unfamiliar and inconvenient to control the car model. The remote control was big and inconvenient to hold, so Zheng Tan directly put the remote control on the ground. As soon as it started running, the car directly hit the plastic barrier beside the track. Zheng Tan walked over and flipped the car over and put it on the track again. After a few seconds, he hit it again and flipped it over. Also, because it was a circular track, it was a little difficult to drive. Zheng Tan's current cat paws were not good at controlling details. He had never felt that it was so difficult to control a toy car model. Just like that, he hit it, flipped it over, hit it again and flipped it over again. After a few repetitions, the situation became much better. Now he could reduce the number of hits and flips in one lap to less than 5. He was too focused just now. When Zheng Tan looked around again, he found that there were a few cats watching around the track. They were probably wary of new things, so they didn't get too close. At first, the sheriff followed the car, but later found that the car was fast and the car was only running in this area. So he squatted there and stared. After resting for a while, Zheng Tan was ready to start again. Suddenly, his ears moved and he looked outside. Then he ran to the side and jumped on a chair by the window. He stood up and looked outside from the window. A construction fence was pushed, and a sneaky figure came in from outside. Under the moonlight, even human eyes could see them. Unfortunately, there weren't many people around at night. Young couples rarely came here on dates. After all, there were no streetlights and no sense of security. Thief. That was the most likely possibility. But there was someone in this shabby place? After the person came in, he looked around and found that there was no one else. He called the people behind him to come in together. A man and a woman. They looked very young, like school students. There were too many young couples like this. They could cover for anything, but Zheng Tan felt that these 2 people's skills were not as good as the 2 in the East Courtyard. Their skills weren't high, so they were easier to deal with. When the people outside pushed the construction fence, The cats outside were scared and ran away. So the man and woman didn't notice how many cats were around. The construction fence was built with some light materials, and it wasn't of good quality. It had been a long time, and now several places were damaged. With a push, a big gap could be opened, and it was easy to come in. Zheng Tan saw them coming to the window. He jumped off the chair and looked around. There was a wrench in the corner. It was probably not used often, and it was covered with a layer of dust. Usually no one paid attention to it, and those people didn't put it together when they were packing. Zheng Tan walked over and picked up the wrench, weighed it, and quietly came to a place 4 or 5 meters away from the door. The few cats in the room also heard the movement outside. The cat near the door retreated inside to join the others. Zheng Tan was now walking upright. He wasn't afraid of the cats here telling on him. After all, these cats couldn't even understand his unusual behavior, let alone find someone to tell on him. Holding the wrench, Zheng Tan listened to the two people talking in a low voice at the door. Even if they were sure that there was no one in front of the door, they didn't dare to talk loudly. After all, at this time, they couldn't be sure if someone would pass by on the other side of the construction fence. Is there really something valuable in here? How much can it be sold for? Asked the woman, who deliberately lowered her voice. Of course there is. As long as we sell the things that those people play with, we can definitely get a few hundred yuan, maybe even 1,000 yuan. The money can be used to buy you a few more clothes. Last time when you were shopping, didn't you see a bag in a specialty store? If we sell it for money, we can have that bag. We can also sell branded perfume, said the man. Can you open the door without a key? The woman was doubtful. The sound of the door lock was heard. The people outside were probably picking the lock. Because of some things that happened in the East Courtyard, Zheng Tan had a very bad impression of thieves. It could be said that they were extremely bad. According to Zheng Tan's personality, although he was too lazy to care about other people's business, when it concerned himself, he would deal with it every time. When he was in the East Courtyard, he could borrow Niu Zhuangzhuang and the others' mouths, but now he had to solve it himself. The cats inside didn't make any sound. At this time, they were just alert and ready to respond and escape at any time. The wooden door gradually opened with a long creak, and the silver moonlight shone in. Hey, I told you this door lock can't stop me, said the man proudly. Be careful, don't suddenly run out. The woman seemed to be a little scared, but the temptation of branded clothes, bags, and perfume was too great. She still followed in. It's okay, there's definitely no one. The voice stopped abruptly because they saw pairs of shining eyes. In the silent night, under the silvery white moonlight, in the old tile-roofed house, especially when both of them were guilty of something, suddenly seeing these shining eyes would always make one feel terrified. Ah! The woman wanted to scream, but just as she made a sound, the man covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, it's just a cat, not a person. Although he was also shocked just now, but probably because he had done this kind of thing more often, the man's psychological quality was stronger than the woman's. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! Blood splattered from his nose, and one of his front teeth fell out. Someone once lamented that when a thief met a cat, what could the cat do? A dog could still warn the thief and bite him, but the cat would probably have run away or curled up in a corner to sleep. Yes, most of the time, that was the case. Unfortunately, this thief was unlucky today. The blood-stained wrench fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Chapter 133. Zheng Tan didn't run away like the other cats. Before the man could react, he picked up a stool and threw it at him. Bang! Another blow. Blood flowed from the man's nose. It was sticky between his fingers. The man felt dizzy, but even so he knew one thing. There was definitely someone inside. And judging by the strength of the thing that was thrown, it was definitely not a child. Damn, how could there really be someone inside? In the dark, Zheng Tan changed his position and stood next to another stool. If the man was still able to pick up the wrench from the ground, he would not mind swinging the stool as hard as he could. The reason he did not do so was because Zheng Tan was not sure whether it would kill the man or not. Compared to the thieves at the eastern courtyard, Zheng Tan did not have that much hatred toward them. He wasn't afraid that the man would discover him. As long as he didn't rush out and throw the stool, No one would associate him with the stool. In fact, Zheng Tan wanted to jump over and kick the man, but he didn't want to be discovered, so he tried to hide as much as possible. He just wanted to create the illusion that there was someone inside. As for the woman, she had a lot of crooked thoughts, but she didn't have much courage. What happened just now really scared her. She wanted to find some long tools on the ground to defend herself. The cats looked at the Trojans, but when she lowered her head, she directly met a pair of bright cat eyes. She saw that the cat was standing 2 steps away from her. It didn't move and just stared at her. She couldn't see much emotion from the pair of bright eyes because of the reflection of light. Whether it was friendliness, curiosity, or vigilance, they were all covered by the light. The woman was very scared and didn't care so much. She took something out of a small satchel and threw it at the cat in front of her. She didn't pay attention to what it was. In such a situation, the only cat in the East Courtyard who dared to confront people directly was Depang, except for Zheng Tan. Unfortunately, the fat man was at home. If Huang encountered him, he would run away without hesitation. However, the woman was facing the sheriff, so he would also run away. But if there was a chance, he would first scratch the woman with his claws before running away. And the sheriff did exactly that. He had no idea what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. After Sheriff finished scratching, he quickly ran back and jumped onto a shelf. For him, it was safer to hide on top. At the same time, he pressed down on his ears and looked at the woman with his fur puffed up. Like the other cats, he let out a low growl. Hearing this kind of roar in broad daylight wouldn't cause much of a reaction. But in this kind of environment, when all the cats in the house were roaring at the same time, it made people's hair stand on end. Zheng Tan glanced to the side and saw that the woman was covering her face. She screamed, turned around, and ran out. Based on the woman's height, it was possible that the sheriff had jumped up and scratched her face, but he did not know to what extent. Could it be that the sheriff learned this trick when he peeked at the girls fighting and scratching their heads? No matter what, this guy's behavior was getting more and more aggressive. As soon as the woman ran away, the man who was about to fight back also turned around and ran away. His mind was finally clear, but the situation in the house was not clear. He did not know how many people were in the house. Now that he was alone, he did not know what to do, so he might as well run away. As soon as the 2 people who blocked the door ran away, some of the cats in the house ran out as well. Zheng Tan did not chase after them, nor did he run away immediately. He squatted down and thought for a while. It was getting late. According to his usual habit, he should go home. If he was late, the Jiaopa and Jiaoma would have a problem with it. They were afraid that something would happen to Zheng Tan again. But now there were bloodstains on the ground. Even if he closed the door, the Jiaowei and the others would probably be shocked the next time they came. No one would know what had happened. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find anything after a long time. It would be too late to take preventive measures. Today was Thursday. There were still 3 or 4 days until the next time they came. No one knew if there would be more thieves in the next 3 or 4 days. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. The things left here were not worth much, but that was only relatively speaking. Even if they could only be sold for a few thousand yuan, the thieves would still remember them. Most of the people who played this game were probably not short of money. People like the Jiaowei were in the minority. However, those people had spent a lot of effort to tidy up the place. If they messed up and lost some parts, they would definitely be unhappy. Should he remind them, or should he just stay out of it? He could just walk away. The people here knew that although there were not many cats living here, there were many cats around. They would not think that it was Zheng Tan. Besides, there were thieves here, not the cats. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame the thieves, not the cats. Zheng Tan did not want to be nosy, but if he could make those people thank him this time, even if he damaged their cars in the future, they would not be angry, right? Instead of thinking about asking for help, it was better to let people owe him a favor. This was the conclusion that Zheng Tan came to after meeting some people and experiencing some things. For people like He Tao and Yi Hao, if you asked them for help, even if you took out some benefits in exchange, they would at most satisfy your request temporarily. However, it was different to let them owe you a favor. That was a long-term investment. After making the decision, Zheng Tan put the cars and remote control that he had just played with back to their original places, and then walked to the side of the circular track. In order to set off the atmosphere, there were some small flags in the inner and outer circles of the circular track. There were flags in red, yellow, white, black, and blue. There were also pictures and words drawn by those people on them. Zheng Tan pulled out some of the small flags and threw them on the ground. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to pull out just one. Grabbing the small white flag with the words on it, he rubbed the sharp end of the flag in the blood that had not yet coagulated. Then, Zheng Tan carefully held the clean flagpole in his mouth and ran out. The sheriff ran out after him, but after just a few steps, he could not see Zheng Tan's shadow. He wagged his tail and turned back to have fun. Anyway, there were still a few cats inside, so he could continue to play for a while. Zheng Tan ran to Jiao Wei's shop with the small flag stained with blood in his mouth. During this period of time, Jiao Wei's small restaurant had been doing well. Jiao Wei would help there at night and not return until after 10 o'clock. At this time, Jiao Wei was helping to wipe the table. The last group of people had just finished eating and left. While he was wiping the table, a figure suddenly rushed over and jumped onto the table, leaving a few footprints. Zheng Tan put the small white flag in front of Jiao Wei, wondering if this kid could tell the origin of the small white flag. Jiao Wei looked at the small flag in front of him and was stunned. After noticing the words and blood on it, he looked at Zheng Tan, then looked at the small flag. He lifted Zheng Tan up to check and found that he was not injured. Whose blood is this? No, wait, isn't the flag in the house over there? The words on the small flags were written when they were joking. There were signatures and competition records, and this small flag was the competition result from last Monday's performance test. Of course, Jiao Wei could recognize it. After asking the question, Jiao Wei remembered that it was just a cat in front of him. He did not say anything else and immediately used the shop's phone to call someone. Are you sure you locked the door? Oh, it's okay. I'm just asking. After hanging up the phone, Jiao Wei said goodbye to his parents and rode his second-hand bicycle to the old tile-roofed house. Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the table, watched Jiao Wei leave and cursed in his heart. He actually left the hero behind and ran away by himself. He then jumped off the table. He did not go straight home. He planned to go to the old tile-roofed house to see what was going on. The reward for reporting the news had not been decided yet. When Zheng Tan arrived, Jiao Wei had just finished calling a few people and was walking over. There was an IC card public telephone on the side of the road in the old tile-roofed house area. Jiao Wei made the call there. Those who received the call, regardless of whether they were playing games, flirting with girls, or sleeping, immediately dropped what they were doing and ran over as soon as they heard that the sports car's door had been broken open. They also notified those who could not be contacted. As for the old tile-roofed house, Zheng Tan did not see the sheriff when he arrived. He guessed that the sheriff had gone home. The remaining cats probably ran away after seeing Jiao Wei, so the house was now empty. The lights were on, and the blood had dried. However, the bloody wrench and the stool at the door were still there. Jiao Wei did not touch them. When the others rushed over, they immediately saw the wrench and the stool at the door. F***ck. Was there a fight here? There's blood. Jiao Wei, are you hurt? Someone asked. It's okay. It's not mine. It was like this when I came. Jiao Wei briefly explained the situation when he came over. The door lock was broken open. Although it's not obvious, there are some scratches. Another person standing at the door said. Zheng Tan quietly squatted by the side, listening to their discussion. When Jiao Wei told them about how he had carried the flag, a few people gathered in front of Zheng Tan, praising him and asking him questions. However, Zheng Tan maintained a blank expression, pretending that he did not know anything and did not understand what they were saying. He looked no different from the other cats. He finally made up his mind. As long as these people did not deny his contribution, it was fine. Forget it. We can't get anything out of a cat. It's already good enough that it tipped off Jiao Wei, that Brother Chung said. The person next to him nodded. That's true. F***ck. If I find out who broke open the door, I'll beat him to death. I didn't expect this place to be remembered. Tisk, people nowadays are willing to do anything for a little bit of profit. But our school is so good. Ability and character are not proportional. No matter how angry they were, they still had a lot of things to do. They tidied up the things on the ground, checked what was missing, and changed the door lock. When they were done, they realized that it was already 11 o'clock. F***ck. It's already 11 o'clock and the dormitory is closed. We'll be criticized by the building manager again. Do you close at 11 o'clock? We close at 11:30. That's because you're a master's dormitory. Our undergraduate dormitory closes at 11 o'clock. Brother Chung, you have to help us this time. Otherwise, the old guard will nag for a week. Why do you need Brother Chung to help? Jiao Wei was a little confused. The person who spoke just now was in the same school as Jiao Wei, in the same dormitory building, but he was in his 3rd year. He's just trying to show off his face. He'll treat people according to their preferences. Someone at the side interrupted. We can't afford to offend the building manager. He looks like an ordinary old man, but he might be a relative of some school leader. In the past, a student in our building quarreled with the building manager. He thought that the building manager was just a stinky old man in charge of guarding the door, a low-class employee. He didn't expect to be called by the counselor for a talk the next day. Later, we found out that the old man's son is from the school administration building. I heard that he has some power.